Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart and Senior Macro Market Strategist, Jim Cagnina. Oh, Jim, it gets me every time.
Maggie, I've been called a lot worse, so I'll take it. It's okay.
Craig's obviously not here. He's off this week. But happy you two are. It has been a week. How's everybody in the chat feeling this Thursday? It is, Tracy, I know you were saying you're feeling a little weary. I feel like everyone's waiting to get to Friday because we've had a lot to get through, and it seems like today is going to be no different. We have stock futures up, despite the fact that the Fed meeting did not go down well with markets yesterday. We've got oil sort of, it looks like slightly lower, but there's wires crossing and there's just so much news. So let's get right to it. Let's start with that. Shai, what are you watching today?
All right. So bond yields are at a 19-year high, sending Warsh a credibility warning. The message from the bond market has been clear for all of Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh's tough talk about taming inflation. He's not rushing fast enough to deliver. After the Fed kept interest rates unchanged for the seventh consecutive month, investors dumped 30-year Treasury bonds, sending the yield shooting up as much as 14 basis points to nearly 5.23%. A 19-year high again. Market measures of inflation expectations rose and the dollar slid. Overnight, we did have Samsung earnings. Now, Samsung posted a 250-fold surge in chip profits and now expects memory shortage to worsen next year, reflecting the relentless pace of a global AI infrastructure build-out. Their comments kind of echoed SK Hynix from Wednesday when executives repeatedly emphasized that they saw no let-up in the speed of AI development and data center construction. However, Samsung shares initially rose 8.4% on this print, but paired most of those gains as investors are increasingly worried about overcapacity and also wary about technical advances from Chinese competitors. So again, one more blowout earnings erased all of its gains. And then last but not least, of course, the conflict in the Middle East has now widened. The U.S. launched a fresh wave of strikes on Iran in response to an attack on American forces after Trump said we're going to hit them very hard because it's our turn to hit them yesterday at the White House. And we also had two LNG vessels at an Egyptian port in the Mediterranean Sea struck by drones. These new tanker strikes are the first in Egyptian waters since the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran began 5 months ago. So this is widening in the region, although we do have crude. Crude was up earlier, but has paired some of those gains. We have Apple and Amazon after the bell today. And last but not least, let's take a peek at the data docket today. All of the data is at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, and I think the most important is going to be PCE price index and core PCE price index, as that is the Fed's preferred inflation metric. However, obviously the meeting was yesterday, so I'm not sure how much markets will move on it, but we will find out at 8:30.
Yeah, I was thinking, and I said to you briefly before, that probably doesn't matter at all today because, I mean, they just made the decision yesterday. And clearly, if they didn't hike yesterday, I don't know that anyone thinks they're really going to do it, ahead of the election. However, Warsh pretty much said it's the market playing to the ball, not the referee. And so maybe data matters more than ever. I don't know. Maybe it does matter, especially since PCE is one of their sort of favorite inflation gauges.
Well, now the table's flipped a little bit for the next Fed meeting from the CME Fed Watch tool. Now it's tracking a 63% chance of a hike in the next meeting. So that's something.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to get tricky. But if that is the case and they're now upping the odds for that, I would think every incremental piece of data will matter. Maybe not this one because it's the day after, but I would think this is now what we're going to have to track, and we'll have to wait and see. Tracy, that was kind of I don't know, what are you hearing from folks in terms of the reaction. It didn't look great yesterday, but I've heard both sides come out, and some people agreed it was good they didn't do anything, but a lot of other people seem frustrated at his performance, at Warsh's performance in the press conference. Somebody in the chat said, "Oh wait, he sounded like a politician. Oh wait, he is one." But I mean, it seemed like there was some sort of frustration at that.
He's been at the Fed before. He's a PhD economics guy. So he's not really, he has been part of the administration, but he really is a Fed guy. He was, that's where he started from. And, I think it depends on what you like. I mean, some people like that forward guidance, like to know what the Fed is thinking, like the market's prepared for it, just like Powell, when we knew every meeting exactly what was going to happen. They kind of telescoped what they were thinking, and there were no surprises. And Warsh is, doesn't like forward guidance. He's not going to give us much. He had said that in the first meeting, said that again yesterday, said he'll let the market tell us what to do, and we're just not giving you any information. And you could tell the reporters were not really thrilled with his answers. But, I kind of prefer the Fed not talking so much. So I guess it's really what you prefer.
Yeah, and it's going to take getting used to. So stock futures are up. Jim, how does it look today? You would have thought with yields reaching 19-year highs, at least on the longer end of the curve, that it would be, that would be a headwind for stocks, but we have stock futures up.
Yeah, they are. They are. All four of the major stock indices that we track are definitely up, and it's not too much of a surprise. I leaned on our friends at Edgeful to do a post FOMC report for today. This is just today's stat, and when you look back year to date, E-mini S&P on average is up 0.35%. If you look back 2 years, it's up 0.17%. But here's where it gets interesting. NASDAQ is up 0.8% the last year to date and 0.47% on a 2-year look back. So statistically anyway, and I know the interest rate environment changes over time, but statistically anyway, a little bit of green today is not a surprise to me. So we're not out of the woods yet, though. I mean, the S&P is still only at 7,400. It's not even to the midpoint of yesterday's candle yet, really, if we closed here today. And the NASDAQ's still in bearish territory right now.
Mr. Softy helping the mood slightly, but it was really yesterday those two big earnings went in complete polar opposite directions. The market liked what Microsoft said, did not like what Meta said. Tracy, does it seem like those concerns about the AI spend are going to persist, or did Microsoft help take some of the sting off?
I don't, Microsoft really, what people liked was their cloud computing, not necessarily their kind of CapEx spend. And so when you have Meta, who used to have a ton of free cash flow, now is in negative cash flow. Investors don't like that. They're not seeing anything. You had Zuckerberg kind of saying, well, I swear this is going to work out. We believe in this project. You just have to believe, believe in us. And the world is short of compute. And so this bet is going to work out. Is basically what he said to kind of appease investors. Exactly. And the market was kind of like, I'm a little bit worried, because he's had several projects that haven't really, like the virtual world, whatever, I forgot what that was called exactly. That didn't exactly work out. Yeah, the metaverse, that's it. And so I think, investors are a little bit wary about Meta, but we kind of knew that going into these earnings because it was kind of the same thing that we saw last quarter.
Someone just said, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I wonder at some point if this is also going to come down to know your management. And there is a degree that you have to believe that the management team, the CEO, have a plan that they can execute on. I think Microsoft did see some signs or did show some signs that their investments were starting to pay dividends. They were starting to, to benefit the bottom line. I don't know that that was the headline out of it. I guess that's what Meta has to do, especially with Mark Zuckerberg's background. and then we'll find the same. So we've got Apple and Amazon, is it right? Apple and Amazon
Yeah.
after the close today. That's going to be another, when we get to the end of this, this is, I think, a lot of people talking about maybe the Mag 7 diverging. Maybe you get two different, I think Craig's been bringing this up. Maybe you get two different directions depending on who seems to be executing on all that and who is falling short. Jim, is that going to sort of set the tone for the NASDAQ? Is that what the NASDAQ's keying off of, these earnings, or does it have its own sort of technical momentum that we need to understand?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that when you compare it to the S&P or even the Russell, S&P and Russell are have retraced less. They're way stronger than the NASDAQ from a price movement point of view. But yeah, I mean, NASDAQ is very sensitive to this whole chip phenomenon, this whole data center phenomenon. And so, you see our friends over in South Korea, the Kospi, it's been crazy, the way that thing's trading. And so I'm not surprised that the NASDAQ is so sensitive to this right now. And, we have a huge amount of volume overnight. I mean, overnight in the micro NASDAQ, we did 1 million contracts so far, and the bell hasn't even rung yet. That's how crazy that is. In the big contract, we did a whole bunch of volume as well. We did about 152,000, which is a relatively big number at this time in the morning for the big NASDAQ too. So it's there's a lot of traders pushing this price around.
Trace, what do you make of the oil trading we've seen? That headline about it widening to Egypt seems to me to be a very negative headline. It doesn't seem like it's had that much market reaction, but what are we looking at for oil?
Yeah, I mean, I think oil is, again, I keep saying this, I think everybody wants to see things get better. When they don't get better, oil, we see a little bit of a rebound. The problem is with all of this volatility, what we are seeing is a lack of participants in this market as well. So we're not seeing trading volumes that we have seen in the past because people are just don't want to trade this kind of volatility, particularly when we can move, $5 on a tweet or a missile. So I think a lot of that is also lack of participants. But again, we are seeing the stress is we are seeing the stress in the curve, and we are seeing the stress in the 3-2-1 cracks that are exploding higher and almost at all-time highs. So that is where we are really seeing the movement in the oil market and showing that physical stress of lack of supplies.
Yeah, that's a great point. I was just talking to somebody yesterday who had an oil position in his portfolio, and he said he looked exhausted. It was super stressful and so hard because, as you say, out of left field, if there's a headline, you're seeing those outsized moves. It's been really hard to stay in that trade. So worth keeping in mind.
Remember, day traders, micros are your friends, especially in crude oil.
Yes.
Somebody posted something that I thought was really interesting. I want to ask Peter about this when he comes on later, Peter Tchir, our guest. But someone tweeted, with Warsh losing the long end and Trump losing Brent, this can turn into a very ugly VAR shock. I don't know that either of those has happened yet, but it kind of raises an interesting point that if you sort of have stress and upward pressure on both of those fronts, that's a tough setup for the overall market.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially from the interest from, what the Fed's going to have to do probably eventually. And, that's not going to be good for anything, including mortgage rates and lending rates and everything else are going to follow suit there. And that's going to cause another drag on all the markets, including the equity markets, and that's the big concern. Bond prices are going to be so low, 10-year notes, everything going to be so low that it finally drags the equity markets down with it, regardless of what's happening with earnings and all the other stuff that we're in growth and all the other stuff we're seeing. It's going to force the Fed to do maybe some extreme stuff. So, and when is that going to happen? Before midterms or after midterms? Who knows? But the inflationary pressure is not going away at $85 crude.
Anybody watching? Go ahead.
And all the AI capex spend, which is adding to inflationary pressures. And we're seeing this reflected in the bond market right now.
Yeah. Yeah, people are watching spreads widen out on some of the tech names, right? And I know that's got some people concerned as well. And listen, if you're day trading, that's just something to keep on your radar, on the risk radar. May not be an issue today, but it's just something for you to keep in mind. Anybody, either of you watching the dollar? Blake's not with us today. I'm sure he is, but Tavi Costa tweeted something as well. I was just looking for everyone's takeaways.
Yeah, the dollar's down across the board today. And I was talking to Shai before we started here, and yen is really also just interesting because we're used to the yen being red every single day. So we have a couple of green candles now in the yen. So the yen US cross is railing. Aussie dollar is up. I think the Bank of England actually held rates steady this morning at 3.75, I think was their target. They have three different measures for their rates, though, but they held them steady. And that pound is up a little bit, about 0.19% versus the U.S. dollar overnight.
So Tavi tweeted, something is fundamentally broken when yields surge and your currency can't rally. This is one of the defining macro signals of our time. America's debt burden is... Go ahead,
Sorry. Go on.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention we have yield surging. We have gold higher today, too. So that is a notable change in the market. We saw that yesterday or last week at the very beginning of the week. That is starting to resurface more often. So something to just pay attention to. Just regime change.
Yeah. What is the regime we're heading into if that's the case? Tavi's take on the currency is that it's a sign of fiscal stress that debt finally matters if you have that happening. And of course, his conclusion is none of us own enough hard assets. Drum roll, gold.
Always.
But he's talking his book, as we know. But it's kind of interesting if you're seeing that is not the setup we've seen recently.
Yeah. So, I mean, the safe haven, maybe the bottom's in at 4,000. Maybe this is the safe haven trade of the summer. Who knows?
Or is it a sort of setup as we turn the corner? I think a lot of people in the gold area are a little bit reluctant to say it now. Maybe there's still a chance it goes lower, but an awful lot of them are looking at a fall setup for that because of all of the, sort of fundamentals that we've just been talking about. By the way, we had some earnings out. We keep getting, we're really super focused on those tech earnings, but we did have Yum Brands out this morning, I think. And I know what you're all waiting for. Not EPS, not revenue. Taco Bell. Cephalospora. And they said nothing. I don't know if there's anybody who's jonesing for their Taco Bell. Is anybody eating lettuce? Is anyone eating lettuce right now?
So...
No, unless it's from the farmer's market down the block from the local farm.
By the way, they've had a run. Those farmers markets like a mile long the lines now because of that.
Yeah.
Yep. No salad in the chat. No salad for them.
No salad in the chat. I think I'll pass.
So one thing that was interesting, though, going back to energy really quick here, I'm just kind of looking at for the first time, really, I just noticed this, that, crude oil is down 0.71%, but ultra low sulfur diesel heating oil is down quite a bit. It's down 2.5%. RBOB gasoline is actually down 1.17%. So I don't know if there's any divergence there or not, Tracy, but I just thought that heating oil number was kind of big.
So, yeah, it is a little bit big this morning. I'm not surprised that it's pulling back a little bit this morning. Heating oil is also just rolled, and it was not in backwardation. So also something to keep in mind. Brent front month contract is now V26, even though, just so everybody knows, because the media is going to quote September, but we're really on October in the futures.
That's why you got to listen to Shai. So what kind of action are we seeing in bonds today? I mean, we've been talking about the fact that we had those yields move up. Are we relatively calm, or like what levels are we looking at there, Jim?
I mean, the 30-year it's not. It's
the opposite of calm.
Well, we've been
ranging. Bad.
It looks bad. I mean, literally, we're tracking, we've recovered to a 109 in 15/32 price. That's the recovery price, which is, a 109 handle is super, super bad. We're tracking over 5.2 cash yields right now. We created a new yearly low at 108 in 30 seconds. There's nothing bullish about this chart. As a matter of fact, the next swing low target, there's nothing but the abyss below this calendar year low at 108.26 until you get to October 2023 swing low of 107 in 30 seconds. So, height of COVID pretty much lows. So yeah, it's just, we just keep, making new lows. This is a really, really heavy look.
Is it the level or is it the speed in which we get there? Because, the economy seems to be as much as everyone sort of there are all these headlines. Oh, it's at, the highs we haven't seen in years. And the economy's been kind of handling these rates at these levels. I mean, it seems like 5% is a real, a pain point, a psychological point. But is it the absolute level or is it the speed that we move there, Tracy, that would sort of unnerve people?
I think it's the speed of which you see that happen when we saw, the bond market sell off yesterday pretty quickly. We also saw the equity markets sell off with it. And so I think the velocity is what the equity markets really care about. If we kind of stabilize here, even though, we're still in the 10-year 108 handle, if we stall out here and are calm for the rest of the day, I think markets could, rally. But if we start to see move to the downside with velocity, then that's when markets really pay attention.
Yeah, that's the bond. That's the bond vigilantes stomping their feet. By the way, another take in case you didn't see it that I thought was interesting from Jem Carson. He said the Fed has not been taking the inflation problem seriously because they don't see it as a problem. Inflation has become a feature, not a bug. And it's going to of the current system, and it's how the U.S. will monetize its debt, which is, a whole big issue. But if that's the case, you got to think about that those calls that the Fed's going to somehow respond to the bond market. Maybe if it gets to a certain level, but it might not be immediately. So that's something that and we
have a lot of debt to roll over too, right? So it's Fed must be looking at the 10-year saying, I'm a little uncomfortable here.
Exactly. Okay, fantastic. We are going to break down some data, and we have a great guest coming up soon. But right now, it's time for today's Edge Report. So take it away, Jim.
All right, let's finish the conversation with the 30-year Treasury bonds. And just for a reference point, over the last 30 days, this is the June 25th swing high, 114 handle, high 114 handle, exactly. It's 20 to 30 seconds. And ever since then, boom, this last 30 days, nothing but sell-off, nothing but negativity. We're down to 109 handle. We tested the 108 handle right now. That's about a 5-handle move or 5-point move, which is about worth $5,000 a contract. So it's a big deal. It happened pretty quickly here. And we had that 8 EMA cross under the 21 EMA. That was a great signal. And then we have continued separation between those two, that fast and slow moving average. Right now, that differential between these two moving averages I have my eye on, and they haven't changed. They're going parallel right now. RSI is also pretty negative here, getting close to that 30 again, even though we had a little bit of a reprieve for a few days. That all ended yesterday. Checking out the intraday chart. And remember, that monthly move down represents a yield differential of about, from a 5.2 handle, it was at a 4.9, 4.8, 4.9. That cash yield went up to 5.2. So that's where that difference is hitting the pocketbooks. Right now, bonds are trying to rally. As Tracy just mentioned, there's this possibility of some kind of recovery a little bit. But right now, the top of the conversation is exactly 109, 17, 30 seconds. We have a pivot a little bit higher here should this thing continue to go up at 109.23. And then that one-day max at 110 even. So a couple couple of decent targets to the upside. I'm going to keep my eye on the VWAP as well, volume weighted average price. It's starting to arc up. Now, the point of control overnight is pretty, this isn't as meaningful as it's going to be in the next hour or so, but 109 even was that point of control, where there's approximately over 15,000 contracts traded so far. The low is the London session at 108.28, and then one-day min is down here at 108.20, S1 108.19, and below that, a lot of empty room all the way down to that S2 level at 107.29. So again, anything could happen here. There's some good levels up and down. We'll see if we continue this rally going up here into the open once that U.S. bell rings. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P while we're at it, because this is, in my mind, this is probably, I don't want to say the safest market to trade, but it makes the most sense to me. So we have a kind of a nice trend down, and that trend down started on the 16th of July. And we took out the June 26 swing lows, but look at this VWAP, this anchored VWAP. This is a beautiful Brian Shannon application. I anchored it to the lows that we saw here on the 31st of March. That's that white line going all the way up here. We tapped it yesterday, and today we traded off of it. So this is telling me, okay, bulls are still in charge right now. We didn't break VWAP, anchored VWAP, and we don't have any candles closing below it. So that's a positive thing. And that whole measurement from the actual fib line is at 23.8 was the low. That's where we launched off this morning. So that's also a good sign. And again, 23.6% is usually not a major fib line, but it's important enough to have on your chart. So it's lining up nicely to swing lows into VWAPs and all that stuff. And of course, I'm going to keep my eye on that first upper and lower standard deviation band of the VWAP. RSI is confused. It's trying to angle up. It's not sure what to do here. We'll keep an eye on that as we go forward here. Intraday, great targets here for the E-mini S&P. We already took out overnight lows, overnight highs rather. That was at 92, 73.92 half. And we're moving. JAX 2 is in the way, but we have this one-day max from MenthorQ, 74.11 spot 50 as a target on the upside. And then I love this next level. This is this high vol level, 74.50, and it's right by that R1 pivot study level as well. So there's two areas of interest. Boom, right there. 0DT high vol level is just a little bit above it, and then blind spot 1 from MenthorQ again. So there's really nice targets on the upside. Remember, this thing's been trading in 50 handle increments. On the downside, keep an eye on VWAP for that retracement back down. Right now it's at the point of control, 73.77 spot 25. On the downside, JAX 1 is kind of framing the bottom of the conversation, 73.50. Remember, 50-point increments. So, and we have about a 50-point range today, by the way, about 83% of our 34-day average range of 89. So we're kind of moving a little bit there. On the downside, though, previous lows, 73.24 would be of interest. Below that 0DT put support. I'm kind of surprised it's so far down here, but 7,300 is also, things break bad here. We could easily get down there. And then finally, S1 is down at 72.72 for the ultimate downside target. But right now, things are seeing a little bit stable. My guess is we're going to get some excitement here with the numbers, and we're going to cover that. So let's go back to the panel.
Awesome stuff, Jim. Thanks so much. As we said before, Shai said we've got a batch of numbers coming out. It looks like PCE might be the one that gets the most focus, although weekly jobless last week was really low. But I think people are kind of wondering if there's some noise in that
was
number.
A one-off, right?
A one-off. Yeah. We keep saying, are weekly jobless claims going to matter? But, Warsh has said, right, he's not really looking at the labor market. He's looking more at inflation.
Right. 100%. Right. I think it'll be really interesting, though, for jobless claims now that kind of the World Cup is over, and to see if those temp hires are going to hit the jobless claims number like soon, like this week, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. And there's been such a disconnect between how people say they feel about the economy And then what we're seeing in the jobs data, and it may be down to demographics and maybe something else, but there's been kind of a disconnect. So I think people are kind of looking past them a little bit. But that inflation, all of the inflation data, I think is going to be really, really important as we march through. And we've got to wait a bit until the next meeting. So we've got a few weeks to get a bunch of data. And I think it is going to be important to the bond market, although not sure today because we just came out of that meeting. But Shai will give it to us. How are we looking otherwise in, if we see a reaction, Jim, I imagine we're going to lean into the bond market first before equities, but how do equities look heading into this?
I'm going to keep the S&P up. I mean, we're at pretty close to session highs right now, but it's not unusual for this to kind of to kind of slowly skirt back down to point of control, or at least the value area, which is that light blue level before the bell rings. It happens all the time, but the numbers I think are going to matter today. So I think we're going to see some movement one way or the other. Right now, nothing.
All right. So we have personal income lower than expected, personal spending lower than expected. PCE came in at survey at minus 0.1%. Core PCE month over month, also softer. And year over year came in right at survey 3.3%, prior 3.4%. So a little bit softer. PCE and core PCE. Jobless claims came in at 197,000 and continuing claims at 1.782 million. A little bit softer on that, in line on initial claims, a little bit higher than prior.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be much to give anyone much to go on. Jim, are we seeing any reaction?
Yeah, no, I mean, this hasn't, nothing we've seen has put a drag on any of the markets. I mean, yes, it's still pretty much where we started talking at 7,400. NASI hasn't moved much. Bonds are still at a 109.15 handle, and then gold is peppy. But it's gold's given back a little bit now. It's only up 0.85%. It was up 1.1%, but still, it's 41.32. It's nothing to worry about.
Okay, awesome stuff. All right, Jim, thanks so much. We will see you in the chat and online and later today.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Tracy.
All right, let's take a quick look at the lineup for the day. Up next is our guest this morning, Peter Tchir. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in if you have any questions. Trade the Open is with Jack and Nick for a tick. Midday Markets will be Salma and XY, and Trade the Close will be Chris, Leo, and Salma. All right, time to welcome our guest, Peter Tchir, the head of macro strategy at Academy Securities. Hi, Peter. Thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me.
So I think we kind of have to start on your take on the Fed decision and the response we're seeing in the market. What do you make of it all?
I think people got carried away. Excuse me. I think people got carried away with how focused Warsh is really on inflation. I think he's kind of doing the magician's trick. He's like, yes, I'm focused on inflation. Meanwhile, I'm going to kind of come up with measurements that show that there's less inflation, and I'm going to hope that inflation comes down. And I think that was actually going to work for him until we restarted the Iran war. So I think the Iran war has kind of disrupted that. But we did see inflation coming down, right? We are very aggressive in terms of allowing Iran to sell oil without sanctions. All that's coming to hurt him. I don't think it's helping him right now behind the scenes that truflation's ticking back up. I do think when they come up with the data sources, they're going to come up with different metrics of inflation, which I honestly believe in. I think truflation is probably at least a useful measure that we should look at, but it's back above 2%. I think we should be looking at real-time rent and other things like owner's equivalent of rent and how we calculate shelter, and CPI is the stupidest calculation ever. It should have been thrown out like 20 years ago. So I think he's done a good job saying he's an inflation hawk while trying to develop metrics that show that he can cut. And I think some of that came across yesterday.
And Woody, well, first of all, what are your thoughts on the crude oil market? It seems like we have these huge pullbacks whenever it seems like we may have a breather for 5 seconds, but then that doesn't last. We've now widened out this war. Now we've had 2 LNG tankers attacked in the Mediterranean near an Egyptian port. So it seems like this is a widening conflict, yet crude oil doesn't seem to be responding.
Yeah, and two things. So one, we at Academy Securities, I work with roughly 40 retired generals, admirals, CIA people. And I think what we're seeing is this time's a little bit different than the initiation of the war was really the US started it. And it was very easy for the US to kind of pull back, right? And that was kind of the narrative. We can call it talk or whatever you want, but we are very much in control. This time around, Iran seems to be the one that's, kind of excited to kind of poke the buttons, right? Every time we seem to back off, Iran and now the Houthis seem to be stepping up. So I think the markets might be underestimating, as much as Trump might want to pull back, I'm not sure the Iranians are going to let him this time. And I believe yesterday or the day before, we had a pretty big release out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. When I'm talking to people, and you probably know this better than I do, I think there's a lot of question globally how much excess supply there is. And, we came into this first one, China really wasn't buying much oil on the market. They had their billion barrels. They're out there buying. Europe, I think, is, a bit of a disaster that they've run out of a lot of their, ability to supply diesel, jet fuel. We talked to some of the aircraft leasing companies. I think you're seeing some of these low-cost carriers spending as much as 60% of revenue on, fuel as opposed to 30%. So it's hitting. And I cannot tell whether the president's getting good or bad information. I think the ability to release the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, calm things down during that first wave of attacks, I'm just not convinced we have that much to do this time. Maybe he's being told we do, maybe we actually do. That to me would be the tipping point. If we really can't flood the market with our own SPR, I think this could go higher, and I don't think we're capped as much as we were the first time around.
Peter, it's so interesting that you say that, because I think this is what people that Tracy talks to and people who are like deep into the understanding the infrastructure of oil were always worried about. And you said you don't know if the president's getting information. Does it seem like there's a plan to execute on, because I think that's the sort of fear that's not really completely present in the market yet, but people I'm talking to are very worried that, hey, or at least on their portfolios are taking a step back and saying, what if this lasts for years? Like, what if this is not a war event, but a complete change geopolitically that is way stickier? And they don't see that in the market yet. I don't know if you do. Is that a concern of yours? And are we moving in that direction?
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there. I think one is, I was just with General Spider Marks yesterday. He's great, and we were talking to clients, and we're beginning to think that this could be the status quo, that we aren't ever really going to get to a negotiated deal, and there's going to be escalations, and we'll attack them. If we see their nuclear program grow, we'll attack them. I think it's really bad for the Gulf states. At the same time, you also see, Ukraine being successful attacking Russian facilities. So I feel the market's very, complacent again, that, okay, this is just a repeat, this is going to go away. And I think there's this risk that it goes on longer, that it gets worse. I have seen, the administration pump out some things on Twitter talking about the ability to drain the SPR lower than before. And, I can't tell whether that's true, whether they believe it's true. They found someone who thinks it's true. I'll give you one example. One of our generals who does not like the president, but during Trump 1.0, he was had to testify in front of the Intelligence Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, and there's 5 of them that testify. And the head of the Senate Committee asked them, simple yes or no, will North Korea give up their nukes? No, 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 no. No hesitation, all 5 said no. The next day they woke up to article, it was either the Wall Street Journal or Washington Post, with President Trump saying all his intelligence officers need to go back to school because they don't understand anything. And of course, Kim Jong-un did not give up his nukes. So it's hard to tell sometimes what the president gets as information and then what he chooses to listen to. And I feel like that's the risk right now, that we're taking what the experience of the first 3 months and applying it going forward. And I think something has shifted dramatically, both on the oil side as well as, the military side. And finally, and you probably know this better than I do, even, it's, the people that I talk to on the supply chain, we only spend about 10 seconds on oil. You immediately start talking about diesel, jet fuel, gasoline, the crack spread. You start looking at chemical plants and fertilizer plants throughout Asia. And I think that's where the real risk is. And we haven't even scratched the surface of that yet, I think, through the, system.
100% I agree with you, Peter, on that. I think next year is going to be particularly for food. We're going to have that fertilizer crisis start to hit the United States. And so what else are you hearing about that? And then, Is that going to be more difficult for the Fed? I know they don't count food and energy, but still it factors into everything. If this, Warsh is worried about inflation, stickier inflation, I still think we're in for higher food prices, higher energy prices, higher AI CapEx story prices. That's not going away. They're not, they're still spending money. Where does this leave us all? And what are you hearing?
So I think kind of three things. So one of our biggest themes here has been what we call PROSEC, or production for security. And we think every nation is really thinking a little bit more about national security more broadly. What do you need to produce to be safe? And again, I kind of think about this as the equivalent of human being, right? What's our equivalent as a nation to air, where you can only live 3 minutes? To me, it's electricity and chips, right? We immediately start faltering if we don't have electricity or chips. I think we've seen that globally, right? When Spain had their power shortage, people die. It's like we're kind of at that level. Then I think beyond that, it's the processing and refining of rare earths and critical minerals. It's not the extraction. That you can get those on the open market to some degree. It's the processing and refining. It's the smelting. I think that's kind of our equivalent of water. You can't last 3 days without that. And then there's going to be things like human equivalent of food. And again, in the US, at least, we don't have to worry much about food production. But I do think there's, where are we on biotech? Where are we on shipbuilding? And all these things, I think, are going to be somewhat, inflationary. And it's going to happen. I think it's happening across the globe. I think the coolest thing I've seen in the past few days that kind of justified a lot of my views is Australia just announced the first refinery in 60 years. So countries, I think, are finally waking up to this need. So I love the BPs, the Shells, the Totals. I think Europe's going to wake up and say, hey, this is all great, but who cares what happens in the Middle East 5 years from now? We have our own resources that we have not been developing that we can trust. We should be working with Canada. I think, I was on a fireside chat with the CEO of TC Energy recently, and he sits on a bunch of Carney's boards. TC Energy actually does more business in the U.S. right now than Canada, but I think people like them are optimistic that Canada 15 years ago gets a do-over on LNG. We could have been, as a nation, very good at LNG, and we sucked. U.S. did a great job, and now we get a redo where countries want to deal with countries like Canada, where there's a degree of safety, where you kind of trust the shipping lane. So I think that's all coming. I think that's going to put some inflationary pressure. I guess my only concern / hope is I think we might see a slowdown in the AI spend. Microsoft came through today, they committed to it, but I'm a big believer sometimes you see the debt diet. And as you see corporate credit spreads, go higher and higher, I think you're seeing some pressure there. And to me, when I look at the media narrative, I think a year ago, you could not say, we tried AI and it sucked. If you were trying AI, you had to say, we're trying it, we're all in, we're spending more, blah, blah, blah. And I think people are kind of getting to the point, like, we've been trying this and we're struggling. You know what? We're going to go back to hiring a couple of humans. Like, by the time we're done correcting some of the messes or finding the errors, this cost us time and money. So I think some of that AI narrative slipping. And then on top of it all, and this scares me more than anything, is the cheap Chinese compute, right? They are starting to, you kind of look at this from a business. As far as I can tell, the cost and time to build data centers is rising. The demand potentially, and you see it through some of the token, spend charts, is going down. And China is now starting to flood us with cheap compute. So you're going to have to compete on price. So I think that I think we're going to see a slowdown in spending, and that might save us on the inflation side. Won't be good for tech or the whatever the picks and shovels of the AI industry. So I'm kind of very bearish on that sector still, even after the recent sell-off.
Yeah, so that takes a little bit of heat off, but everything else you're describing is a very inflationary backdrop. So what happens to bonds? I mean, we saw them go up yesterday. They're the long end starting to hit levels. I read a tweet before from someone yesterday who said, wait, if Besant's losing the long end and Trump's losing Brent, that's a bad setup. I mean, should we be more concerned about the bond market and yields here?
I'm not in any sort of panic mode, but I do think it's going to be difficult. If you asked me before we restarted the war, I think we probably could have got to 4% maybe on 10s. There was some, and every issue that you mentioned, I think, is realistic. And on top of that, you look at the Middle East that used to be big buyers of our bonds, right? They've gone from being buyers of our bonds to potentially having to issue their own debt, right? They're going to have to fund a military spend. To the extent that they're working on their pipelines, they're going to have to harden those pipelines. If they want data centers, right, the data centers there are going to be more expensive, assuming that Iran's going to have ballistic missiles that can attack them, which seems likely at this stage. I don't feel we're on any path to moving that away. So all of those things, I think you've had what would have been a buyer of treasuries now needing swap lines. So I think globally, and this is happening in Europe, right? Europe's going to spend money. They're going to issue defense bonds. All these things are happening. So I think treasuries are very generic, and we don't quite have that, extra buffer that we usually have. So I think there's going to be pressure. I think it's going to be hard to get below 4.5 on 10s right now. So a solid 50 bips. I think we tend to drift higher, all else being equal. And the only thing I want to say that I think doesn't get said enough, and this is kind of somewhat positive, is I think when we look at the war with Iran, really it was the asymmetric warfare that's cost us, right? That's where we either were not prepared, did not do well. So I can tell you this. So General Tata, who's Undersecretary of War, I spoke to him a fair bit before he put in his confirmation. He was already looking at drones, and everything that we talked to when we're working through some companies with the DoD, DoW, we are on an accelerated path on drones, right? This is something we already did. Our drones were maybe a little bit more sophisticated. Some might argue too sophisticated, but we are advancing, I think, pretty rapidly on surface drones, underwater drones, air drones. I would not be shocked to see kind of us try and flip the script maybe 6 months down the road where Iran no longer has that asymmetric warfare, right? Again, I think the U.S., the military is often slow moving because it's tied to Congress, all these things. But I do believe, just like we've seen in times of war, when we see mistakes, the ability to correct it's actually pretty good. So I'm looking for the drone industry here to grow. And I think that could be a tipping point. So that's something I'm keeping an eye on. I think we should all be watching. If we kind of start seeing indications that our drone capabilities are rapidly increasing, that might take some pressure off of oil, because that could be the one thing we do to negate Iran's influence.
That's so interesting and great to bring up, because I think it's easy to pile on the negative all the time, and you hear that that popular narrative. So really important to point that out. Peter, always great to catch up with you. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks a lot for having me. Really enjoy it.
Tracy, he was speaking your language when he's talking about the sort of what's not priced into the market.
Exactly. He's always so great, though, and he has access to so many people over there at Academy Securities to kind of be able to talk to. So love chatting with him.
Yeah, it's so interesting that he brought that point up about the ability to correct when they see a mistake, because I think everyone tends to just think of the military as being this sort of overspending bureaucratic dinosaur. But it's also worrying when he talks about being concerned about the level of accurate information getting to the president, or, does he hear it and disregard it, or does he get it at all? That's kind of worrying, and I think something we're going to have to keep our eye on. But hard to know really what the truth is there. All right, Shai, great stuff. Thanks so much. We'll see you online.
Thank you.
All right, time to get back to the here and now and some levels on the day trading. Time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Maggie?
I'm doing well, but I see in the chat a lot of people had some rough days. A couple people blew themselves up here or there, and are picking up the pieces to try again. So, what are you looking at? That happens, right?
Yesterday was a pretty special day. That's for sure. That was a wild day. I mean, it seemed like an outlier day long before the event, right? To the downside, everything just got massacred. I finally, at least for a day, got my revenge on the dispersion traders, and we sold everything at once. But I didn't expect everything to nuke like that. That was already getting a little bit wild, right? And then of course we ripped back up into the event, and we all know what happened after the event. So it was definitely a special FOMC day for sure. But
I wonder if they're going to be like this, because we're not going to get that much information.
Yeah.
And so, maybe volatility is going to be the name of the game on these days.
Yeah. And I mean, into them, right? I mean, it used to be that way, where you'd come into an FOMC and there'd be some jitters, there'd be some hedging flows. Ranges would widen out a little bit, and it was kind of nice, at least from a trader's perspective, right? I mean, but the last couple of years, we've known exactly what was going to happen, because they've told you exactly what's going to happen and almost told you exactly what they're going to say. So now it does introduce a little bit more uncertainty, and I don't know. I think day traders should like uncertainty because it does tend to improve your ranges. And you have to have improved participation in those situations. I mean, the big money, like if they don't know what the hell's going on, they have to think a little bit more and they have to act a little bit more. And I tend to think that we've seen a lot more participation in this tape since Warsh took things over. Maybe that's just because we've been selling, and at some point we go back to up only and participation's really low again. But I don't think so. And I think that's really good for traders. So uncertainty is a good thing. I think if you're a day trader,
right? So what do you?
Yeah.
So how are you looking at the setup the day after? What are you looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, today's important to see how they really feel, right? Like, was the rip? I mean, we did rip into the event, right? So like, you can't just blame like Vanna flows or whatever for the rip, right? I mean, we had already ripped nicely into the event, maybe just covers or whatever. So there was some buying, and then obviously we came in and it just completely and utterly got stepped on. And was that like, some last opportunity exit, final capitulation move, whatever? I don't know. I don't love that we put in an after hours low. We did finally make it to this key spot on ES. The tricky thing what's been and has been so hard is this dispersion, right? For so long, NQ was getting absolutely stomped and ES did absolutely nothing. And then like yesterday, it feels like ES is finally breaking down. And like later in the morning, it felt like NQ was trying to carve out a low. I even said I was bullish for a moment, NQ and the 27 force, and got long. Like I actually said I was bullish. I was really like, that doesn't happen. So it was weird, and here we are. I mean, NQ is still stronger pre-market. I wouldn't be initiating along right here, but it is a lot stronger. The Dow is getting stepped on now, so it still remains a bit of an awkward situation because ES sort of just broke down, finally gave back that sort of 74.69, 7,500 range, has found its feet here, and this was a spot where I was open, for a trap scenario to come in. At least it got a nice relief rally, so it made for a nice long, I suppose. That VWAP there is from the year-to-date low. And this was kind of one of the spots I was looking for. I mean, NQ though, on that same chart, again, this is kind of like your intermediate time frame chart. I mean, this is a breakdown. It's still a breakdown until proven otherwise. And while it does seem like it's trying to find its feet, there's a lot of room for sellers to potentially defend a lower high later on. So you get a lot of questions anytime you see a decent low is like, oh, is the bottom in? And, I would just say, look at gold, right? Like, look how long it has tried to carve out a low in a multi-week balance. I'm not saying it's going to be the same for equities. There's no reason it should be necessarily. But let's just hold off, right? I mean, this is a rally overnight. That's great. We're going to open as an inside day. We now have an after hours low on that earnings. So that's suboptimal, but this market doesn't always play ball and give you the low that you would like to have. So with respect to ES, to me, the first major reclaim is going to be this 74.20 to 24. You remember we had all these relative equal lows sitting here in between these two weekly levels that I've got here, this 74.05 to 8, which is stalling things overnight right now. And then again, all those relative equal lows sitting in there, which is going to create an LVN there on this weekly profile for now. 74.20 to 24 gets very interesting because then you just look left. I mean, you're sort of recapturing this range. This 74.69, however, that was on that other chart that I just showed. This kind of 69 to 73 up to 74.97 to 75.01. That's going to be ultimately the key sort of intermediate time frame reclaim. So this is objectively, sellers are still in control. I think today's going to be a big day, and I think there's potential for violence in both directions. So I would just be careful to be executing at good locations. And when we drill into shorter time frames, I'll point some of those out. NQ, again, different story. I mean, it's reclaimed 2 prior day lows already here. So different story. But then if you look left, I mean, value is firmly gapping lower on the week. So I would just say, don't ask me about a bottom being in. when value is firmly gapping lower. It's probably going to start that way on every bottom. But let's see buyers actually accomplish something and reclaim some prior area. We've talked about this on the, as we're going up, the only way we're going to sell is if we trap overhead supply. And it's similar, not quite to the same extent for a low, but generally you want to at least see some trapped sellers below price. So we've got to really get some key reclaims, and for me, it's quite a bit higher on NQ, anyways. So I'm looking at gold and crude. It was interesting yesterday. Bonds and dollars sold off together. That was cute. Usually don't see that. The 30-year yield looks like it's breaking out in like a big way. I didn't have that chart ready, but I mean, it looks like it's a breakout, and we'll see if it's yet another failed breakout because it has continued to fail. But this is that multi-week range I just mentioned on gold. I mean, just weeks within this general range here. So it did act better than ES and NQ, and I find that a little bit interesting. You see on the pullback on that secondary leg down, it actually held its FOMC print like when the release came out. Whereas obviously ES and NQ just blew right through it and went to hell. So I find that interesting, but it still is going to have to break this multi-week range to the upside for anything happy to happen on gold. Crude, not a whole lot to say about crude. I could screenshot the levels. They've worked for a while, but that's been very headline driven. Will probably continue to be so. And with that, I'll flip to the shorter frames on ES and NQ and talk about maybe some trade setups for today. But I'll pause for a moment if there was anything in the chat or anything you wanted to follow up on.
Yeah, no, I think everyone following along, but somebody earlier said dollar down a trap. I don't know if you're looking at the dollar at all, but they were curious about that. And also, what's the importance of ODTE today?
Zero DTE. I think I don't look at the positioning myself, but I think I saw something from Vol Signals, and I know you guys have had that on. You've had him on a number of times, just saying that the environment is very thin on gamma. So that also would give us good reason to potentially see violent moves in both directions. But opening on an inside day, inside gap ups in a bearish trend usually don't end well for buyers. But again, if we get a buy-side impulse that comes in and we're in this negative and gamma environment, then dealers have to chase it at the upside as well. So, I mean, you never know. I think you're going to see, like, just looking at Twitter, and I'm sure everybody has seen this, you have people saying after yesterday's event, they're like, buy everything. I mean, we're going to go to the moon. And then you have other people saying like, oh my God, get out of everything. Bear market imminent, right? Like, so there's a lot of disagreement. I expect that to be mirrored among sort of larger participants. And today, you would think today and tomorrow maybe is the day that they're going to move. So there could be one big player that, has billions that he wants to buy and another one that has billions they want to sell. And depending on where they come in, when they come in on a, negative gamma profile, that could make for an interesting day today. So now that I said all that, it'll be like the most boring day ever, probably.
That means you have to get off the desk, right? You have to go somewhere for something to happen.
I do actually have an appointment at 11 Eastern. So I'll probably leave about 10:45. So, I mean,
Mark
it's usually a pretty boring time. Yeah. Just set an alarm on it. It's going to be
There's another
wild.
one. I don't know if you're watching. Are you covering YM after 1,100 points drop?
Like, would I be covering a YM short? I'm not short YM, but I mean, I'm looking at it and it still has a pesky roll gap open. So I'd probably want that. I'm still long a lot of YM names. I had been long, just like really long, and it was very uncomfortable because the tech was selling off, right? And it's like, oh my gosh, is the index going to break here? But the boomer names kept doing well. I've taken a lot off those positions. But that's the big question, right? Like, is this a situation here where now NQ finds a relief rally and like the Dow like continues to sell off and we still get this pinning action on ES, which would be a bit maddening? Or like, do we go up, everything go up together, everything go down together? Like, do we get some correlation? I probably got lucky with one day of correlation, I guess, for now. But I think at some point it's going to unwind violently and everything will move together. But I'm definitely a little bit more cautious about the Dow for now. But like, watch the open, right? Do we get a relative strength flip? So I've only got 2 minutes. So just real quick. I mean, again, to me, I'll be watching this 74.05 to 74.08 spot on ES for potential shorts. If short there, I mean, it's going to have to get below this 93, ultimately 72. That was yesterday's spike base. To be any good, I would look for another failed push in between these levels potentially. Again, we had those relative equal lows there, just a whole cluster of them in between these two levels. So that can be a sell. Any failed reclaim of 74.20 to 24 can be a sell. But I think if you're building a firm base back above these two spots, then maybe we're going to make a run back up towards at least, kind of, I would say 60 to 62 I'm using for today, but, 57 to 62. And then if we're offering 57 to 63, I think we're probably coming back down and sweeping out the overnight low, where I would still be watching for the potential for this thing to find its feet, maybe make a fresh cash hours low into a relief rally. So I still would be cautious. Again, you saw that first chart that I showed, kind of a big spot below like 73.17 though. It's kind of hard to think anything else is coming other than June low. So this is kind of the spot where if indices are going to find their feet, at least for a relief pop, it's probably going to be here. NQ, again, very constructive, reclaimed 2 prior day lows already. So until or unless sellers can get this through, I would say 27,440 to 469. That was kind of where I got long yesterday. Some pretty good buying there and has reclaimed already. I would be cautious up here into these 802s, 819s, and unfailed pops just a little bit higher. So it's going to open on an inside day. And it's an inside day until it's not, right? So expect two-way trading on inside days. Just watch your profile, how it's developing, look for longs on, relative strength, probably not, at the top of a rally. Look for shorts on the relative weakness and, probably not into a low, I would say. So see what's weak at open. And my lean would probably be to sell something, whatever's weak at the open, even if it's YM. If you gotta trade the YM, I mean, I know it's forbidden, but you've got to do it.
Got to do what you got to do. Awesome, Pharm. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
Have a great one.
All right. As we were talking about, had some data out, didn't really do anything to move the markets. Everyone's digesting the Fed yesterday. And in terms of the poll, you are all pretty split. I mean, the majority are bullish, 53%, but it's split between bearish and neutral. So it looks like there could be a lot of two-way action today. All right, it is time to trade the open. Let's get to it. And Nick and Jack are with us. Hi, guys. How are you today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Pharm wants to sell whatever's weak. Nick, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, I kind of am waiting for the indices to show me something more than anything else. I'm very interested to see the reaction off the open. When we have, I guess, violent moves like this towards the end of the day. And to be honest, I'm still trying to completely figure out like what exactly caused us to just continue to liquidate all the way down into Mag 7 earnings. Like what exactly was said, or what was kind of the key moment that just decided to change the tape from nothing ever happens to something is possibly happening. But even now into the overnight, like we are kind of getting that relief bounce. It looks like it's not as feared from some of the larger tech names that reported after hours yesterday. Obviously, we have two more today with Amazon and Apple. So I want to see the move off the open. Do we fall kind of back above 28,000, in which I would say everything is fine, at least for the moment? ES kind of sits back at that old balance range. And I think we continue to talk about, levels just a little bit higher than here on ES as kind of being like the last gasp effort from buyers before we probably start repairing some structure from June, from May, if we do get any more weakness. So I'm optimistic that we may get continuation back to the upside, but I'm not afraid, as everyone knows, to just short this thing to zero, or at least attempt to short this thing to zero. So
yeah,
we'll see.
we were on during the FOMC meeting and in the aftermath, and it was, relatively calm. And then everyone stepped away and came back, and it was like that last half hour was just crazy. Jack, how are you feeling today?
You know what? The indexes yesterday, I think everybody was once again confused. The speed, I'm trying to think about the structure of the market and how we traded. It was really a no pullback market in the sense of once it started going one direction, it kind of stayed there for a while. And even in the overnight session, we're having the same thing. So there's one of the strategies I'm going to be implementing today is something I refer to as a leg start. And that's a 3-bar move no matter what time frame you're looking at. So if we're looking at a 5-minute time frame, 3 red bars in a row or 3 green bars in a row, I consider that a leg start at the beginning of the move. And I'm going to be looking for that here today. Where do we start? But I'm going to be looking at on a higher time frame, 15-minute bars. So where do we start rallies on the 15-minute chart, and then focusing, or sell-offs, and then focusing on those areas of support and resistance and retest? As you saw yesterday, we had huge liquidity sweeps to the upside, huge liquidity sweeps to the downside. I expect more of the same here today, with exaggerated moves. So that's how I'm going to go about selecting the zones I'm in, looking at where those leg starts are. In the NASDAQ, the last leg start that I have right now is down at 27,550 area. So if we can get a pullback there, that's where I'm looking for supports to come in. Otherwise, I'm probably going to be gravitating into trading oil. It's going to be a lower volatility product. It's been trending nicely to the upside. And you always have those surprise comments that makes oil go to the moon or could go to the ground. But right now I'm long oil going in the open.
All right. Well, we already had the headline, Egypt getting hit in the Mediterranean, so it's expanding. Didn't do much earlier, but as you say, you know, all day long, you got to keep your eye on that. All right, guys, great stuff. Great setup for everybody to digest. Good luck to you today.
Thanks, Maggie. Have a great day.
Maggie.
You too.
Oh,
All right.
Jack,
I think
back.
we got our work cut out for us today, dude.
It's exactly where, I mean, what it should be to welcome me back to trading a Thursday open with Jack here. I know you've gotten to have a lot of fun with trading with Stowe, but clearly the market has just waited for me to come back to give us an opportunity to potentially have a violent day to the downside. Hopefully it doesn't become like all of that fun basically happened in the last 30 minutes and now in the overnight, and then we're left kind of holding the bag waiting and nothing happening. So I hope that doesn't happen. I hope it's a little volatile day. I hope we get something to trade. But yeah, it's good to hang out with you again.
Good to hang out with you too, Nick, and good to hang out with you, chat. Thanks for joining. I was on Trade the Close. I am like, I got a freaking really busy day here today.
I feel you.
Yeah, I got this. I have a dentist appointment immediately after this, which like I booked weeks ago, not looking at FOMC on my calendar. You know, I have yet to include market moving events on my daily calendar, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't have done that, but I do need to get my teeth cleaned so I can look all bright and smiley here on air. So, and then I'm doing that masterclass with Mike Burke.
Oh, nice.
And then
are you diving into the new indicator? Or screen?
No, it's just like kind of like a history of me for now, like just like my backstory, is what we're filming. And then I think we're going to do some stuff further down the line, but it's one step at a time. And then I have a family reunion, and last night was my brother's 34th birthday, which I met him and his wife for dinner. So I was just like been running around with a chicken with its head cut off for the last 24 hours. But I'm ready for this open and ready for whatever it's going to bring us. It's going to be a wild one. I'm definitely dialing down my risk here this morning just because of the speed at which we're moving. But
go. Yes. Jackie, I do appreciate the reminder though, because I think I did get an appointment scheduling reminder from my dentist that I probably should reply to now for a cleaning. They always yell at me.
The worst, that nobody likes dentists. I'm sorry for any dentists are in here. They actually say, I've heard this before, like that dentists make the worst traders.
For me, it was always like ever since I became like a full-time trader, it's just like that and me going back to the eye doctor, it's just like are two tasks that I just refuse to do, apparently.
Yeah, I probably need one of those as well.
I used to just be like, yeah, I'm just going to take the morning off work. No big deal. Now it's like, I really don't want to go do that.
Yeah, like you got meetings, easy to take that off, but like,
oh yeah,
market's hot. You're like, oh man, I might want to cancel this one. This market's really moving like how I want it to. And I waited 2 weeks for this.
All right. Where is that?
Any thoughts about the YM after a 100-point sell-off? You know, I am trying to take things like and not carry that bias over into today, just like you couldn't carry a bias pre-FOMC conference to post-FOMC conference. I don't really care about what's happened yesterday at all. Outside of recognizing that was a high volatility event and we traded both sides very aggressively. I'm expecting more of the same today. I don't want to have any directional bias. I'm going to rely on my momentum indicators that kind of tell me which way we're moving. And we just had an indicator in the YM, actually refer to it as a trend bar up. So I would, I'm just focusing on that. I think thinking too much about what happened yesterday is going to make me have a bias that does not matter. Market doesn't really care what happened yesterday or sometimes even what happened a few hours ago. If you were reacting and buying longs after the number, that's one thing. But I just, after that action, I don't really know how you can take a strong daily bias away from it. And we're had we continued selling overnight through the end of the day low, I would have been much more bearish than I am with this current reaction, which is just a shift back to the top of the range. And for anybody who's been DMing me on Twitter over the last 3 months plus, I'm sorry, I have not responded. I just found what is the hidden folder of Twitter DM requests. So I have not been ignoring you intentionally. Let's pull up that scanner. So yes, yeah. CL actually just flipped here. I don't know. I got a limit in 8280 and see how that one up there, that continuation, that was a continuation failure there, but I'll take another stab at 8280 here. You know what? I'll only take that. That needs a trade 25 minutes after my last entry. I'm going to space out. One of the things I'm also going to do today to prevent myself from overtrading, because I do think this is a market you can overtrade in, is 100%. Give myself a space between every trade. So if I get stopped out, or even if I get my profit target, I'm giving myself space. I do not want to overtrade a day like today, especially if you find yourself getting stopped out. And I recommend everybody do that. You literally give yourself minimum a 15-minute break before even looking for a trade. Just let the market exist like a tree and just watch it. You don't need to do anything. And then come back with a fresh set of eyes and look at that tree and decide what season we're in. Is it winter or fall, spring or summer? I was long oil. I got stopped out. I had stopped out for $300.
Let's see here. Good morning, guys. What happened after I logged out yesterday? Jack and I said the same thing when we came in. And Jack was on the air. I don't think even he exactly knows what was happening and why it happened.
Dude. Yeah. I was long from lows, and I was like, I literally had a 10-hour trade, which I closed out for 6-hour, which is still great. But I was like, of course, like I was looking for overnight highs to get taken out, and then whatever, like different plan. I was pretty confident that low of the day was in. But what really was no surprise is because anytime, and you guys can all take this information moving forward, where you had, it was mentioned multiple times. I know I heard Jim mention it. I'm sure Greg mentioned it. I talked about it. You had a 30% chance of a rate hike. The Fed watch tool is almost always in agreement above 98%, like 95%. They know what's going to happen. I cannot tell you, and somebody could probably look this up, but I would guess it's at least 4 years ago that there was a disagreement to that extent where 30% was on one side, 70% on the other. And that's what creates that type of volatility, because so many people aren't positioned correctly. And even if they aren't, like, whatever, what was it, a short covering rally, then he said something and we went down, like, who knows? I have no idea. It doesn't matter. But what really it comes down to is there's so many people initiating and taking off very large positions based on new information that was disagreed with. So if you ever see a big data number that people are expecting, and it doesn't have to be OFOMC, it could be like, different cycles have different data numbers that are important. CPI was important, coming out of COVID a lot. In 2008, for anybody who's trading back then, it was all about the jobs numbers. We reacted massively to jobs numbers. The ADP jobs report was a huge indicator. Nobody cares about that now. But it used to move the market. So different market cycles have different reactions to different market information, could be home sales, et cetera. And that's just something you have to pay attention to and watch the reaction. But if there's ever a real big disagreement in either the consensus and the expected, you get moves like that.
Let's see. Next. Yeah, I guess 28,000 is like the next area I'm really kind of watching.
Yeah. Let's go to my handy dandy market scanner. Did you load that up at all? I got an update for it. It's on that same link.
I plugged it in. I did it on replay because I was just like screwing around on Saturday doing, I'm trying to build something else myself, like for options and things. So I was like playing with data, and I plugged it in and was running it on replay. And I was just kind of watching like a more volatile session, see how it was flipping and utilizing that way. It's cool. I need to actually do it during RTH when I'm not on stream or distracted, so I can really focus on it.
Yeah, I don't know what the setting is default. It might be 10 seconds, but I got these are the things I really like to look for when I'm kind of unsure of market direction. Is just these pop-ups I just had come up on my screen. You got YM, ATR, bull, and bull bar. So that's a pretty good indication of those are two separate signals. And then we have a GC bear and a CL bear, which that CL bear obviously was stopping me out. But that's something like when I'm sitting on my hands and I'll those indications pop up at the end of every 5 minutes. Then I go to that market and kind of see, well, is there more to the structure? Because I don't take, I'm not just buying signals, it's not like, I don't think it's that, I haven't automated to that point, but it's just kind of more like trade ideas, like, hey, take a look at this market. What do you think? But yeah, and then there's like 3 separate tools inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
We are 24,000 lines of code deep.
It keeps growing. I feel like you said 15,000 like a week ago.
It keeps growing. It's bigger.
Nick, why do you use 500 volume chars for entry? So if you have ever seen my charts, my candles repaint when you have more extreme delta thresholds on said 500 volume. So when it skews more predominantly, just for simple math here, we'll just say on a 500 volume candle, if 400 of that is like delta to the negative side, that'll repaint it like a red extreme, more or less. So, and then you see my candles being gray. It just keeps it more of a more even split. So it just allows me to kind of see it on the 500 volume front, which is going to be similar to like a 1 minute chart. So that's why I kind of want to execute based on that. But it's purely just defined as me on the shorter time frame, watching that in conjunction with kind of the DOM in real time, time and sales in real time, and just then having these like extreme moves repainted, not extreme moves, extreme shifts in buying or selling at one price point area. No, not the same volume for ES. ES, I jumped to a 1500 volume, which would be somewhere between like probably a 3 and 5 minute is a good way to, probably more like 3 minutes, to be honest. It just kind of defeats the noise. So I don't get every little move on like a 1 minute. I just don't really get baited with or fall for. It's just more like I'm waiting for potentially like an exhaustive type sell where it paints red, and then maybe you see one of these little bubbles kind of print, which kind of shows you that the sellers basically have possibly put their foot off the gas after a violent push one way or the other. And there's a possibility of a reversal there if we come out and you see it suddenly shift from that bright red negative delta to more of a neutral color, and price starts moving up. That's usually an indication of like an exhaustive type move to the downside that I can then play and follow the buyers shortly thereafter. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it is, Mihar. How bad was the storm by me? It actually briefly knocked out my internet, and you would think I have a satellite dish because I don't know how a storm knocks out fiber cable, but it did for like 10 minutes. Bad storm. And one of my friends who lives in Wisconsin got their home completely destroyed, leveled. It's just gonna fall apart at open. You know what? There's a pretty good chance. I know I'm not putting a limit below the market in the first until at least 9:55 in the indexes. I'm steering clear of the first 25 minutes. Yeah, count your blessings. I have never been involved in a natural disaster. Nick, have you experienced a natural disaster?
No, I never have. We've had some fire danger when I lived in Southern California. A few state of emergencies there where it was real close and you're kind of on like an evac notice. Like school was canceled. We had like 2 weeks straight of football games canceled, like my sophomore year of high school, because air quality was that bad.
Oh, wow.
But no, nothing ever terrible. A few tornado warnings here that made us go into a closet near the center of the house. And it did actually touch down in like the main part of Dallas a little north of the city. But so a few warnings like that, but I've never, outside of that and the state of emergency ice storm, which if it wasn't for, friends and family, we would have been stuck in a house that was a temperature at the time of like 39 degrees.
Oh.
With no electricity and no heat able to do it. So thank God for friends and family that we were just crashing with dogs, no baby at this point when that state of emergency happened. But that's about it. Nothing bad.
Not a lot of people have heat in California, right? Like unless you live in like the northern part, like Southern California.
I mean, you do, because you get chill even by the beach. It gets pretty chilly in the mornings. But this is in Texas when we had the freeze thing.
Oh,
if you remember, we had like that, like the entire state kind of froze. The power grid all over the state failed.
Yeah.
Like there was snow in Houston kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I don't know. Someone remind me what year that was. It might have been 2022 when that happened. Everybody's pipes burst. So it took me like 6 months to finish an insurance claim. It's bad.
Wow.
Because the whole state had pipes bursting.
We just swept overnight lows in CL and one tick and no continuation. So one of the things I'm going to watch here is what happens over the next 25 minutes if we recapture this move down or not. If we recapture this move down, I'm going to think that is a liquidity sweep of the low, but still not interested in relonging that idea yet. But literally one tick and overnight low and no new sellers so far. The only level I got below is 82.50, which I might stick my neck out on, but not ready to call that bottom in. So why do I have that limit at 82.06? That limit at 80, I really wanted that limit at 82.50 and I had it at 82.50, but because I got stopped out, I'm going to move it to 82.50 if 25 minutes pass from my last stop, just keeping that space between my entries, because I don't think I need to be trading a market more than once every 25 minutes, because it's still, in my ideas, it's the same trade. If you're taking a trade and then immediately taking another trade, it's probably like the same idea. And I'm not really interested in taking that same idea after just taking a loser. So I will move that limit up to 82.50 if we are trading 82.50 post 940. But if we trade 82.06, I'm okay with that because it's just a little lower. Gold acting nice here. Copper had a really nice rally in the overnight session as well. That's going to be a market I actually might gravitate towards here today that I have in a while. I really like the $6.41 level in HG is something I'm watching. That's the 50% retracement for the day. And it's also previous highs we broke out of. About 5 minutes to the open. Anybody looking at anything interesting here today? I heard ZS at an interesting move the other day. Pretty big move down over the last few days in the soybean futures. If anybody's watching those, let's see what percent drop have we had since last Friday. We are down high to low 5% from last Friday. Those farmers. Biggest movers on the day right now. Let's see what day today. Copper is on the top side of the biggest move. Bitcoin's also strong here today, up 2%. VIX down 4%.
Classic sell all of the vol now. Just start selling vol.
I like to correlate my, when the VIX kind of moves like that, like if the VIX peaks up to 1985, I'm going to set alert at the VIX futures 1985, wherever we are right now. If the VIX futures contracts gets up to 1985, that's the halfway back short from overnight highs at 1 a.m. I'll treat that as resistance. It's also the support we broke down from. The support at 8 o'clock in the VIX was about 1985. If we retest at 1985 at this point in time, I will look for potential support levels in the indexes. The VIX gets a lot of, once you get in these, the negative gamma, the VIX support and resistance levels can really react in correlation with the indexes. So pay attention to yesterday's high in the VIX before the breakout and yesterday's low in the VIX. That yesterday's low in the VIX futures contract is 1870. So I just go about, that's not something I'll keep on my screen, but I set alerts that actually I get text messages to my phone on my alerts. So in case I'm not looking at that market, I bing to the phone. The VIX is not moving.
Someone said something. But it's funny, you said the VIX. I feel like that 20 level, like you said, 1985, that 20 level, I feel like has been just the pivot resistance of we're about to get some very fun trading to nothing ever happens. It's that pivot right there at 20 every single time. Yep. Where suddenly we get some decent range expansion, some bidirectional rotations, some violent rebids after some sells that can, and NQ can just whipsaw you 200 points at a time. But it can be fun to trade if you are patiently waiting for the right spots when we get above 20.
Volume profile, you can find more about at least my risk management strategy in the developed edge segment I did. Basically how my trades are automated in the sense of my targets are automated. I'm basically just selecting an entry and then my targets are all automated based on average ranges. And then I do some management based on time and price and momentum. But I mean, I also have a trade room, but catch me here on NT Live. Feel free to ask me any questions. I do have YouTube videos out there that I go. I mean, I have YouTube videos that go back, like, I think on my channel 6 years. They're like few and far between, and they're pretty random. And I go over a lot of stuff, but you can take a look at my YouTube if you want. But yeah, definitely watch that Develop the Edge segment if you haven't seen it. Gives you a really good idea. Also, drop a free indicator in that Develop the Edge segment. And there you go.
Looks like we're going to open right inside yesterday's opening range.
Yeah. If I were to guess what's going to happen, we're going to get a jammer up and then a deeper pullback going into the 11:30 time frame, right into the European session close. And I think there'll probably be some good positioning around the European session close.
Mm-hmm. Chat, by the way, I am extremely happy. If everyone remembers the story of me doing an old school handshake deal with the gentleman's website who I redid, who did my Ethernet service in the house. He is basically done. He just needs to come back and install one more thing, and I will have absolute direct hardwired fiber in this office going forward, which would be amazing. Highly recommend that to everybody. And I didn't have to crawl in my crawl space and be freaked out by dead animals and cockroaches.
What kind of animals you got down there?
All right, we are open. Good luck, everybody. Trade safe, use stops, have some fun, and let's see what happens here. Macro Sven, I mean, I get 5 gigs directly into my house, so Starlink is not going to come close. I live in AT&T's backyard, so it just makes sense for me to go with them because there's probably not a better city for them than Dallas, where their HQ is.
You can smell the EMF.
Do I use tape reader? I've had it on my charts. I've taken it off on my charts. I've put it back. It's a distraction for me. It's just one more thing I'm trying to look at in real time. So if I don't really anymore. Sven, I pay like $30 a month for 5 gig internet with AT&T now anyway.
Wow.
The old I'll cancel if you don't give me this new customer deal for 12 months.
$30 a month.
Oh yeah.
That's what we
just
call
a terrible deal for that.
That is
for them apparently.
Yeah.
She said it and I was about to be like, are you reading this correctly? Because that doesn't make sense, but okay.
Take it. So index is going into the open with a pretty bullish read from my point of view, as we've been basically rallying since Asia lows in some form or another. Well, it did a nice pullback coming out of the European session at 4 a.m. YM here. Let's see.
Yeah, for me, 28K up to 28,200. Sorry, 28,200 would be if we can pop this where we're probably headed, last week's low. But we've just been straight up since basically the London Open, so. But if we fail here, that would be, it could be violent. Let's see. Some dude on ES is just like absorbing right here. Like right here, like the 07s. Let's see if he stays.
I'm going to put an order at 51,029 or 51,928 here in the YM. It's going to be the first market I gravitate to. CL looks like it's going to hold that low for 25 minutes.
Really? Okay. Oh, that seller baited me. I may have to get back into this.
Like my oil's low is
really crunched, and I can't get a good read of this. I'm gonna stop before I can do it. All right, we'll wait a little bit. Gary, what did I miss? Then push it. Yeah, ES still had that guy at 07 still sitting there. NQ now making a push up. Let's see if we can go pop to 28K. No, neither one of these looks very bullish on higher time frames, but you know, an overnight that looks just very algorithmic the way it has since the London Open. You kind of have to, I guess, wait and choose your spots. It looked like we were going to break down right here. I was trying to layer in 830s to 820s for the break, and they slammed the door on the seller that was sitting there. Baited me with it. What is old Microsoft doing? Oh, shit. It's up 15%. I didn't even see how much it was continuing to rip off the open. My goodness.
Oh my gosh. I did not know that. I was wondering because
it was up. They reported fine. Like just a solid Microsoft thing. No worries. But that's a move off the open on top of I mean, it's up 50 points basically from earnings.
That's crazy. I saw, yesterday, obviously we had Facebook earnings too, Meta. And I saw they were down, but I didn't even look at Microsoft. And I was wondering why the NASDAQ hadn't moved through those lows, but now looking at Microsoft, now I get it.
Why the seller in NQ got stuffed. Well, Microsoft just weighted the index and said, nah, a little higher.
What was a market maker move pricing on that?
That I'm sure that's why you see that kind of thing is that final, that delta neutral kind of thing they got to do, or they're probably forced just to buy.
Yeah, those options are up 500 to 800% on the call side.
Oof. All right, I'm gonna try this again.
That is an outside move.
Nope. All right.
Gold breaking out of highs here
today.
Interesting. Looking like the post no change as opposed to the post conference right now.
Microsoft coming into 450s. Probably will have some resistance there. Oops, wrong chart. That's what I want. Garbage is bouncing. Let's see.
Really strong move into gold there.
So far, pretty choppy to start the open. ES has not done anything.
Scary. Let's see if we can come down to this 928 limit I got here in YM. Retesting that 830 low. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Hold into this. Unless this you shall not pass guy on ES is going to keep doing. Oh, God, they did. Again. All right, whatever, man. I'm not even getting a chance to build into this because it's just whipsawing me 30 points. And now it's going to go probably.
See if the YM can catch something here or not.
ES looks like it wants to try to roll. And Q is like, nah, Microsoft's up 14%. We're good. Hey, Sid. Good morning. Did I say good morning to the chat? Maybe I did. Man, dude, I need to give the Mr. T Big Cat to production for Leo. That would be funny.
Not see the yen yesterday. Sometimes when there's a ton going on, I'm not, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the yen. Wow.
Oh, and now ES is pushing.
Yeah, I got long the YM there. See if I can get this first target off. I'm long currently YM and CL here again. And the 6J is absolutely ripping. I mean, look at the daily candle on this. This is the biggest daily candle in 3 months here in the 6J. This thing is on fire. Holy mackerel.
Yeah, now we're pushing here. Oh, is that government stepped in with the yen? Is that why?
I something.
Ah, okay. Well, we got currency intervention, so I guess I'm gonna have my hands off for a hot minute. Well, now I got to see do we have a headline yet? Oh, it just says potential yen intervention.
That's all we need to hear is potential.
Yeah, I guess potential. And the algos are going to do algo things anyway, because I don't know if that's bullish or bearish, but they'll figure it out for me.
Getting a nice reaction off my support level here so far in the YM. About to hit my first target, got about 15 points away. And then I got that second target, 20 points above my first target. Final targets aiming for new highs. First target just got hit there. ES making new highs. Yep.
And as our lovely production team in the chat has just posted, if you didn't know, NT Live has started a Discord. There's a place that you can hang out with everybody, and the link is right there in the chat. You can't get enough NT Live. There's more and more and more in there, as your favorite cast of characters are all hanging out. And we got 2 large offers there on ES, about 1,500 lots.
We love a good BOJ intervention. They love intervening.
It's such an interesting central bank.
They remind me of like FIPA referees. They're just intervening all the time.
Yeah. Do you remember, what was it, August of 24? When they were like basically saying without saying that we're terrified and the markets actually control policy. We won't actually do anything. So whatever, if the market thinks what we're going to potentially spoon feed to the press is bad, they'll tell us and then we'll roll it back. That was a great, like 2.5 days of trading though.
First target coming up here in CL, that liquidity sweep. What I looked for there, and I mentioned it, we came down, we swept that overnight low. I waited for 25 minutes to pass. So that kind of secures that low. I consider a swing low after a low holds or a high holds for 25 minutes, swing high, and if a 25-minute hold on swing highs. So anytime we're like, moving lower, and I'm like, man, I don't really know where the bottom is. I'm not going to pretend that I do. I just simply wait 25 minutes, that price action as we made that new low, 1 green bar, 2 green bar, 3 green bar, 4, the 5th one pulled back. That's where I got long on my CL, just got my first target hit on that. And then I'm really just looking for it to move back up to highs and then reevaluate for a new position. See if I get this second target off here in YM. My stop's going to move the break even automatically using my ATR orders. Come on, baby. Format. There we go. Stop move to break even on YM. Final target's 52,212. Going to take a new high of the day for it to get there. If I get 2 targets, I like to call it securing the bag. I've guaranteed profit on the trade because I've captured 2/3 of my position. My stop is above my entry. So I can't lose unless, of course, we have some insane slippage and blows me through my stop, which is pretty rare.
There's 28,000.
Yeah, 1,000-point days in the NQ. Take it while you can. I'm not going to complain about the volatility. Gives you opportunities to trade both sides of the market. You had it yesterday. You're probably going to have it again here today. Maybe it's a one-sided move to the upside. Jeez. The joke was, are the highs in or are the lows in yesterday? I guess we still won't know for a bit. I mean, the gold action's great here. Yeah, fly in there. It's good. I mean, my opinion on markets is they're a form of time, price, and momentum. And one of those factors, price is just whatever, support, resistance, trend lines, fibs, volume profile. That's price. Momentum is just range expansion, overlapping candles versus expansionary candles. Fair value gaps are a form of range expansion. And then time is just, how long are you in the trade? How fast are we moving away from your entry? I went break even automatically when I hit my second target via a strategy I run. When I enter orders, they're actually entered as a strategy. It's a hard-coded strategy that measures the average shoe range and places my stops and targets based on that, and then automatically moves everything. There's that new high in the YM.
Yeah, this is going to just keep pumping, isn't it?
Keep pumping until it's dumping. But the reason I like the earlier,
the 220s, the 200s would be like that after we got past 28,000 with minimal resistance. 100 points higher would be kind of last week's low. Because why wouldn't we just rip all the way up there immediately? It's not what I had in my bingo card, I guess. 400 points straight up. But previous day high, ES coming into the weekly VWAP as well. Could see some resistance here. Things are not always what they seem. That is very, very true.
Every day. Another new high coming up here for the 6J. moving my stop up for the oil trade. I've been in that trade for 16 minutes, but we're still in more of a range bound market, so I don't want to be stuck with a jammer back in my face.
What is the name of the indicator, Nick? The one Pate gold arrow? Like this little thing? It's called the Dominator. It's an older thing from, not a Dominator. What is it called? It's not the Dominator. Sorry. That is the, and now I don't remember the name. Let me actually look. No. Oh, it's the exhaustion absorption detector. That's what it is. Shows absorption, shows initiation. Yeah. It's called an EAD, excuse me.
6J, another new high. Pulled back for about 7 minutes and straight up. We're going to be peaking up gold. I think we're going to take up gold's prior day high here today. I mean, not right now, but it's kind of the bet I'm going to be looking for an entry in GC as we move up here. Just have to figure out where I want to get in. I haven't decided that yet. Looking for a seller, always looking for a seller, always looking for a buyer.
Where did my YouTube chat go? It left me. Nick, what are your thoughts on trading volume profile and big trades only? What do you mean by big trades? Are you talking about using volume profile and trading more like swing time frame? Because you can set volume profile as short as a swing leg like you see here, where it's just a simple single rotation in NQ. So if you're talking like using like a daily time frame volume profile and only looking for larger momentum type plays, I mean, yeah, it works. I know a lot of traders that that's the way they trade. They just wait for, I mean, it's volume mixed with like support and resistance at the end of the day. And your stops are a little wider, probably more ATR style, like jacks. And you're kind of waiting for invalidation points past that. And you're holding for much larger moves, but you have to be extremely patient and you have to be willing to take a little bit of heat, and you have to know exactly when you're wrong and potentially get back in too. Big trades, the indicator. I don't know what that is. He means large prints. So like a large order coming in. I guess I'm not familiar with like a big trades indicator, because the way I would see that is like an outsized order coming in like on a delta profile or on volume profile that sticks out, like this guy that originally was here at like 28,090. It's like the bookmap bubbles. It's not something I use. Delta bubble. It's not something that I really utilize because I'd rather see it specifically like at a price point. I'm sure it works if it's an aggregation of delta in a certain area or cluster of price points or volume. Then I'm sure it makes sense and works. It just probably depends on the time frame you're looking at, because you don't know exactly what that big order is doing. Is it accumulating? Is it an iceberg? Is it somebody covering in stages? Like, you only have part of the equation. So just like you can start seeing ghosts with delta, I'm sure the same thing would be true for something like that. I don't personally use it. Larger trades are transacted similar to footprint. So it's a different way of looking at, I guess, then, my leg to leg delta profile. Yeah, big trades is just big ass torse tape order. So yeah, I look at it then in a slightly different variation. It's probably the easiest long-winded explanation that I've already given. Yeah, if it works for you, I've said this ad nauseum at this point. Me, XY, Leo, Stowe, we all ingest the same information and utilize it very differently. At the end of the day, delta is the bid minus the ask. So however you want to interpret it, that makes sense for your brain and your execution, I highly suggest you do that. If you try to fit my strategy and it doesn't necessarily work for the way you interpret information, then that's a sign. But you hear Leo talk about it maybe a different way, that might resonate better. Same thing. Jack and I somehow get to exact same levels at times in spots that we're watching for two completely different reasons, but it's all based on, I guess, the same principle, which is where things trade in volume and price is really the only thing that kind of matters at the end of the day. It's just an auction. So we're just looking at what the auction is telling us, and you're looking at it in two different ways, but coming to the exact same conclusion.
All right, second target hit there in CL. Stop move to break even. Final target's going to be an 84.33, which is top of the range here. I'll look for a re-entry. I do think there's a possibility we get a breakout, maybe back to highs here. I don't know. I'm actually debating stretching that target up towards like $85 area and giving it another 25 minutes to run here. So I'm going to move this target actually up to 85 on the final bit, which is a little bit of the top of the range, and set my old fashioned timer. I've been in that trade. I've hit both of my targets. Let me tell you how long I've been in. I got my timer on my other screen here. I've been in that trade for 25 minutes exactly with two targets hit, and protecting my entry and anything I've already captured. But I'd like to see us, if we can take out this swing high here, I think we get a little bit of a bigger move, or I get stopped out for +1 tick on the final third. What a handsome duo, brains and brawn. That's actually just Nick. I drool at my desk when I'm not on NinjaTrader Live. If we're my retainer when I come on.
I'm glad I was able to explain delta without thinking too hard. Guys, you need to understand, I mean, I don't know if anyone clocked it, but my brain turned off after talking for like 45 minutes. And then Jim hits me with like a simple question that I've answered a million times. My brain decided to just short circuit for about 5 seconds of me trying to then remember the definition of what delta actually is, since I've just said it a variety of 17 other ways when it's just the simple addition and subtraction equation. But yeah, Jack, did you ever have that? You educate.
Yeah.
For people
Or just
alive,
say-
where sometimes you get the most simplistic question and my brain turns off.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was me during one like 10-second period on my develop your edge.
I totally understand. I you know, the amount of processes I feel like I'm taking, I'm literally like, since I've been on here, I've answered emails, placed 3 trades, looked at 12 different markets and read the chat. So, you know, sometimes the brain just gets short circuited and malfunction.
Riddle me this.
Some topping tails going on in GC right here. It's going to give me, I know where I'm going to enter. I'm going to probably start looking for an order here in gold now. It's going to be a deeper pullback. I don't know if it's going to trade while we're on screen, but I'll tell you where I'm going to buy. Looking for longs at 4151.8 in GC. Just placed at a limit order. The show of Spider-Man. Didn't know there was one. Topping tails, yeah, and just indicate resistance selling. You know, it's not necessarily something I act on, but like in the case of gold, like I'm not interested in shorting gold. I'm just looking for a topping tail to bring us down. You know, because I'm not going to place a buy order until because otherwise the market just keeps going higher. Like, and I'm not looking to chase it. I'm typically a pullback buyer. You know, it's very hard for me to market order into something that's just moving really, really fast without like structure. So the topping tail in gold basically told me that I think that high may be at least temporarily in, and you could start looking for areas of interest to get long. And see if we can push up through 90, 80, 84, 80, 84.40 here in CL. I think I'm going to get that $85 level.
Someone asked me what time frame chart am I using? This is a volume based chart, not minutes, but it'd be close to like a 1 minute chart on NQ for me.
And just for risk management perspective, this is where I begin to feel comfortable entering a third position. It's like I am uncomfortable in my trading if I have 3 positions on that have all been entered simultaneously without any first targets hit, because I have like basically 3x my risk on. But right now, because I've had 2 trades complete 2 targets and both my stops are moved above my break even, I don't have any new risk on. Versus if I have 3 trades on that haven't hit any first targets and I lose on all 3 of those, which definitely can happen and has happened, I'm like, shit. Like I hate like 3 full stop outs. That's just over trading for me. So my limit is coming in 51.8 here in gold is going to be my limit, and we're trading 55.
Glad I wasn't seeing ghosts right there. Let's see if we can push down below previous day high, though, because if it does, this will give us a nice trade, probably back towards 28,000 evens. Is this a double-headed seahorse? It might be. It might be the 2-headed seahorse that you never knew existed. I need ES to just fall off a cliff and drag NQ down by the collar.
I got limits down at 73, 97, 75 in the ES. So that would take quite the drop.
See, folks, this is why you avoid trading the chop that was the first like 10 minutes of the open. You're patient. You wait for a spot. You wait for a simpler setup, and we're not just getting absolutely walloped in the face, like me even trying to enter and scale in. I'm just already immediately getting stopped out. Just sometimes that happens. So wait for the next one. Because you very easily could have just gotten tilted and tried to add like all up here, and especially getting baited off the previous day high short just to get run again. So that's how a bad day starts, getting chopped up off the open and then just trying to like revenge trade it with the next possible move. I'll take one off at 28K for sure. $700 away from a $6,000 payout. I mean, I've been there. I've been $200 away from a $15,000 payout. I talked about this yesterday, and I've turned that into a blown prop account.
Not over till it's over.
Just you know, wait for the good setup, wait for the right trade, and don't just try to throw on a trade to try to do it as quickly as possible. And if you are wrong on that first trade, on that quest towards that payout, take a breath. It's all going to be good. Just wait for the next setup. Don't start tilting and suddenly you turn a 1 or 2 trade opportunity away from a payout to having to reset an account.
Yeah. Deepa, for me, as far as slamming more size, my orders are automatically, I type in the amount of money I want to risk right now. Because, I thought we are going to have like a pretty whippy open. I actually normally I'm at 500. If I get up 4R, I might move it to 1,000. If I'm kind of unsure about the day, I'll drop it down to 300, because if I take a couple $500 losses off the open, and also I do have a dentist appointment after this where I'm not going to be around. So the last thing I want to do is take a couple of fat losses. So these are all considerations I'm taking into my trading. If I had back-to-back $500 stops before a dentist appointment, I would probably be late for that dentist appointment trying to make that money back. But the way I do it and prevent myself from oversizing is I simply automate the amount of money I'm risking per trade, regardless of what market I'm trading. It's just automatic. So when I place my order, unless I go in and manually input, I want to risk more money, which is just like a mental safeguard. I literally have to type in my computer, risk more. I can't just click a button and add size. Buyers. So that helps me be more consistent with my position sizing and then my results. And it also keeps my emotions in check, because I'm not risking $800 on one trade and $200 on another trade, because it makes no sense to risk 4 times on one trade than it does on the other trade, because you don't really know which trade you're going to be right on. I never know what trade is going to be in my favor, right? We're all just playing a game of probabilities. What is the result over 100 trades if you were to take this 100 trades once? But there's some randomness to it that for you to believe that this is the trade I should quadruple my risk on without building yourself some kind of buffer on that day. For me, the buffer, if I'm up 4R, that's telling me, hey, I'm reading the market right. I've earned my tokens today. I can increase my size because I've been right enough to be up 4 times my risk. So maybe I can double my risk. And even if I doubled my risk after being up 4R, and I take that loss, I'm still up on the day. But I'm not going to increase my risk size until that risk size is no more than half of my profit on the day. So if I'm risking $400 and I'm up 4R, that means I'm up $2,000. And if I'm up $2,000 and double my risk to 1,000 and then take a loss, I'm still up 1,000. I'll drop my risk back to 400 and can you continue trading in the way I was trading during the day.
All right, come on, sellers. Don't let me down, as you have many times in my life.
Yeah, I got front run on this gold order I had here at 51.8. I do think I'm going to go ahead and drop it. Now, I don't like when I come a couple ticks away and then come back in, so I'm going to change it. Oops, no. I hit the wrong button. I got to get out of this trade. Quick couple ticks, but did not mean to do that. Here we go. My new order is 41.44.4. Yep, we were looking at the USD JPY. I don't know why I mean, it's definitely a tradable market here today and probably is going to continue to be. Gosh, wow. It has continued. That's a market I would have to trade on the 1 minute time frame because of the speed of the move.
Yeah, come on.
Let me pull it up on a chart here. Futures.
Really, buyers? Really? You don't want to buy it down here?
Yeah, risk 6J's unfortunately above my risk limits right now to trade on a even 1 minute time frame because the ATRs on a 1 minute time frame for me is going to be $262 per contract, which takes me about 30% above my risk limit if I were to trade a 3 lot, which is how I run my strategy. So unfortunately, that's just going to be out of my current risk limits to trade. I think there is an M6J, but
Chat, am I going to survive this trade? Yes or no? It's not looking good. Wow, a lot of confidence, guys. I appreciate it. No, it's definitely going to push higher. So I'm just going to get out before taking a full stop out and let it do what it's going to do.
oh boy, that 6J is moving.
Tough. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's gonna roll, guys. I exited. It's going to 28K.
We found resistance.
We're in 13.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just.
I'll feel better if it runs like the 40s again.
I'm moving my stop up here in the YM, just above that most recent swing low, 52,024. If we start cracking that, I think we could go into some consolidation, and I'll reset myself for a new opportunity. We got 10 minutes to the first initial balance, or the initial balance, the first initial balance. The initial balance is set. CL pumping back on its most recent high here. Jersey Mike's with the IPO today. Who's a Jersey Mike's fan?
That's a cash grab from private equity if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up that stock right now. Jersey Mike's. My dad loves good Jersey Mike's. IPOing at $23 a share. JMKE with a $7.3 billion valuation. Used to love it. No longer a fan.
Yeah, Substack or not Substack. Gosh, I was looking
Happy
at
I dropped my gold limit there.
Jersey Mike's used to be good. I was trying to
Darn
look at
capitalism
an NQ level.
Ruin everything.
Like that was my wife's like first post baby craving, obviously. Like she just wanted like 7 subs. And she was
subs.
Like a big Jersey Mike's girl.
The platter.
And then we saw, slowly it get worse and worse. I think either lunch or dinner, because hospital food is exactly that. And she had a C-section, so we were in, and she did not recover well immediately. So we were there for like the full 5 days. So a lot of hospital food. And I think for lunch or dinner, she ate Jersey Mike's like every day, or Jimmy John's, one of the two.
That's crazy.
Since she couldn't eat it for like a year.
Why? Because of this, what do they call it?
Because like I know there's like, you can ask random people and they're like, it's not that bad or whatever. But like these firms, for example, like the private equity ones, they're just getting cheaper and cheaper with like the nitrate graded meats and things. And it's just,
shelf life of 2 years on the ham.
It's just like, you don't take the risk at some point. Like why over a sandwich, you're going to take any sort of even a 2% risk of any sort of thing, less than that, whatever. The same thing with sushi. It's like, it's probably not going to be that bad, but you never know.
Quiznos was my first job. But Quiznos, before they went like, I don't know, they went like bankrupt for a while and like lost all their stores. I agree. It was such the premium sandwich.
Like their toasted subs used to be like bomb.
Little chicken carbonara.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. There's none by me. And I got everything by me. I think there's one in the Denver airport. It's probably like only time I get it. fly and lay over in Denver. Quick Quiznos sub. Funny name, Serious Sandwich. Is that their tagline, or you just make that up? I would trademark that. It's definitely the name of some Italian guy who learned how to cook from his grandma.
Right.
So in other market news, there was some rumors going around that Leopold Arschenbrenner, who's that young hedge fund manager that has excessively large returns, was potentially under some liquidity crisis yesterday, and that some of those sellings in the names he owned was potentially margin call. Now, of course, that is all speculation, but interesting to follow some of the stocks he's in, because they are movers. They are movers. It was a rumor that his fund was down 50% based on his disclosed position, 50% on the month after being up 200% on the year. All right, looks like I'm going to get stopped out here on the remainder. I've moved my stop up on this YM position. And if we take out this most recent low, I will be out, which is fine. Hit 2 targets and locking in the last bit here. I think maybe we go bottom of the range or I don't know. Just don't want to be in this setup anymore. He's German, so Leopold makes sense. Named after a king. All right, taken out of my trail there in the YM.
I'm just thankful we made or attempting to make a new high here. So now I don't feel bad that I scratched myself out and would have been just continued to be teased that we might break this little previous day high spot. Yeah, still hanging. It's kind of building this node around 32 to 30. Leopold is a fine name. It's also, they make outstanding optics.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. Big optics guy. Got some binocs, some scopes.
I have one of their scopes and I have a pair of their binoculars. The classic, most underused, expensive things that I probably own are all of my optics. You know, you piece these things together, it's like suddenly
boys' toys.
These toys, it's like a 10,000. Like we've joked. My one of my buddies has an electric golf cart that he like has Frankenstein built for hunting and stalking. It's like whisper quiet, but he was literally at some client he took out. He literally was like worried that someone was going to take the golf cart because they were like adjacent to another property or something, and he's like, there's like at least $50,000 worth of thermals and optics on the back of the golf cart, and you're worried about the golf cart?
I'll bring my gold into view. You can see my limit here.
I'm very curious to see if we can make a new high here.
I mean, I obviously they're saying his entire fund got liquidated. We'll find out though. That would be my timer for. I honestly forgot. I think that was my timer for my YM trade. Or no, that was a timer for my continuation of my CL position. So I'm going to move my stop up a bit here in CL. And we are just cruising. Just missed my limit so far in gold by a few points. Okay. The other limit I would go is 52.8. Only if we break above and then come back down. I'm not interested really just quite yet in hitting that high. YM is ripping after it stopped me out. That's okay though. That's trading. Still got profit on all three targets. Yeah. That situational awareness is the name of his fund, and it is getting reported by Bloomberg, according to CNBC's David Faber, citing people familiar with the situation, says they have liquidated their entire portfolio through one enormous trade. Roughly 2/3 of the assets under management were public equities. Wow.
Interesting.
So that might have been some of the capitulation, honestly, that we saw at the end of the day yesterday.
Could be.
For sure. I mean, that's anytime you have a $8 billion fund getting liquidated in a day, I think his fund is about 8 billion, maybe at its peak. I don't know what it was yesterday, but I mean, selling creates more selling, because I'll tell you what, when they see orders of that size coming through, they're getting in front of them. You cannot hide that. You cannot hide that. Which would make sense for the price action, like to see no continuation through that low, especially post Microsoft beat, like that could be a secure low for a bit. It's going to be interesting to see how we finish off the week here. Got one more day after today, and it's looking good so far. It's the next big thing on the news docket. Oh, it's 20 billion? Jeez.
Is that a lot?
Okay. Yeah, publicly, I'm trying to think of what was the guy's name out of Korea when he got liquidated? I mean, his positions were massive. Bill Hwang. If you guys remember when he liquidated his portfolio, it was like similar. There's just a cascade. And then he goes to jail. But I don't think Leo's going to jail. My boy Bill was doing some shady stuff, some market manipulation. When is enough? If you guys haven't read about Bill Hwang, check that story out. Pretty interesting. He was basically using third-party options contracts with different banks without them being aware of one another's positions to technically over leverage himself past the reporting limit. Because at a certain threshold, you have to have a reporting limit. But because he was using synthetic derivatives held at different bank parties, which all have, of course, correlated risk, but once again, don't talk to one another. Really interesting stuff.
Where did that go?
Is anybody here a dentist?
I'm
ready for them to tell me I'm ready for them to tell me I have a cavity, and I'm going to be like, no. Oh, gold pushing up without me. Come 2 points from filling me, dude. We're going to have to move that limit up. I'm going to move that limit up to 52.8. See if we can come back in. That's a crazy thing to do, Dan. Good luck with those brain cells.
Sell at 280. I'd rather sell it at 313, but sellers have had several opportunities. ES is still sitting. NQ is doing, Microsoft is up 15, AMD is up 15% things. So there's that. You guys know when we go just pure vertical like this, it just usually is not the best tape for me. Shallow pullbacks, things like that.
We'll get our entry. Like I said, I still, said it today or earlier. I'm like 11:30. I think we're gonna get that deeper. Up here, little sketchy to get long. I mean, I got out of my YM and I'm still feeling fine by it, even though we kind of jammed back up. Failure to continue though. We've been making lower highs and lower lows over the last 25 minutes. Just got that new high in the ES. Let me see if the NASDAQ got a new high. Do we have divergence there on that high?
It did make a new high.
We did. Okay.
Yeah, ES is still sitting where I got short last.
A little bit of 1031. Oh, that's a 1 minute chart. Yeah, it's like that don't want to short for me, but like not ready to go long up here. My limit is 73.99 quarter in the ES, and I'll leave it there. Yep, 5 continuous green bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stall in the NQ, right? You had 10 o'clock, 10:10, 10:15, 10:20, 10:25, 10:30, red bar. Oh, what do you know? 5 in a row, and then it stops. Crazy. You heard it here first. You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, the structure in the NQ is very hard for me to pick a long spot right now. Like, if we continue higher, I don't know. Like, I like basically a retest of that 10:10 low is really the only trade location. We are pushing above that prior high of the day here and holding. NASDAQ, I believe, is up the most. We're up 3.25% in the NQ right now. That's pretty nuts. When's the last time we had a 3% day in the NASDAQ?
I don't know.
It's been a minute. That's
a good question.
Probably on the 11th. I don't even know if that was 3%. The 11th of June looks like the last big move higher here. But, big new low of a range reversed by a 3% move. Usually like that last time. So, we swept lows like relatively of a range. June 11th, the range was 4% with an upside close above, I think above 3.5%. I don't have the exact math on me. Then we followed that up 2 days later with a new all-time high. My guess is, and I said this yesterday, so of course I could be wrong, but that type of a low, we are almost outside on the daily candle. I actually did we take out, this might be a bullish engulfing bar on the daily, or basically a bullish engulfing bar at this point in time. We had like equal lows from yesterday's low and like the open. So I'd still kind of, even though it's not like technically below the low, I still kind of consider this a bullish engulfing bar on the daily and the NQ. Wait, the market doesn't care what I want, Goran? Thank you. Jeez, this whole time I thought it did. Market doesn't have to care what I want as long as I know what I want and I'm willing to have the discipline and patience to wait for it. I'm not forcing trades. I'm being selective. Thank you, Naughty Fish Trades. Thanks, Jim. I'm glad somebody cares because I just found out the market doesn't care about me. Tragic. GC going bullish trend, MGC. See these signals in an ATR bull in the Russell too. So let me take a look at the Russell. I like to see that ATR bull signal popping up on my screen. Silver also going into a bullish trend. Metals clearly interested in being a risk on right now. Where are you, RTY? M2K. There we are.
With such a wide IB. Now I just lost where the message was. There it is. You think we break it? I don't know. We're up 3.25%. The next level up I have is basically the magic box and another option spot that I have around like 310s, 315s in that general vicinity, which is kind of where the start of the magic VMix. I did it again. V range box is kind of up there. So it's yeah. I looking at this even on like the weekly, we're kind of starting to build above this week's range, and we're holding thus far. So it is kind of like put up or shut up time for sellers. If we reject off this, then there's a large trade to be had. If not, we probably get acceptance back up into this older distribution. I don't know if we're going to do that today. Like, this is a spot that we could definitely just breathe and pause. ES could play catch up and continue to push NQ higher. It's hard to want to short this with Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla, Microsoft, and everything else just going parabolic. Everything looks good except Meta, basically.
Amazon and Apple after the bell tonight.
That is true.
So just had my boy Perry drop that information on me. My man.
Did you, Goran X, whatever, I know you're continuing to kind of be this individual in the chat. Did you just reference a 45-minute chart? That's a time frame I don't use and don't care to look at. 30-minute or an hour or the 15 is fine with me. Yes, it does look pretty bullish. Doesn't mean I won't short the bottom edge of a balance that we've rejected off so far to start this week. Especially with where ES is sitting and having trouble building above. But yeah, keep throwing things out in the chat. Go for it.
There's a poll with my name in it. It's Raza, it's called inferior complex, and many people suffer from it.
Because I could look at anything and say you're looking at the I don't know, the daily time frame on NQ, and you're trying to long this as we're building session by session lower and lower. It really just matters on your time frame. Me looking for a short for the next 5 to 10 minutes is a different way to look at things. And I will laugh hysterically if this does actually work out. Oh, look, it's working. Oh, look, a short at resistance might be working.
I got a limit here at 29.31.6 in the RTY.
Might catch a falling knife that's going up. Yeah, I think a lot depends on what we do after the bell today, and then digesting post FOMC, post Mag 7 earnings, and us kind of heading into the new week. Us closing the week below this spot from last week, I mean, that would just continue this volume build looking like it's going to go lower.
All right. Russell filled.
Dead body setup on ES. I don't have my ES chart, but yeah, you could, it's not a big one because it's not a dramatic. It'd be like 15 points to find like the next bit of a little structure. But yeah, losing that node that's building between like 32 and 30, you'd have a nice little flush, which is kind of the logic of being short NQ and potentially writing it down to like 28K. But we'll see. Somebody is still just buying it with everything they can at 74.30s and selling it at 74.40s. I wouldn't say it's like a typical dead body, but you're seeing that kind of structure, I guess is what I'm saying. You're seeing a large build consolidating near the high of the day. It's building a large node, and if you lose it, you get a nice little flush. On NQ, it's not, because it's kind of like we have like a triple distribution today, more or less. How come no streamer ever shows their level 2 data? You want to see a DOM? We show the DOM constantly. When we do these streams, though, if you can't tell, Jack and my screen gets split in two. And then if I throw a DOM on this sometimes, it just suddenly becomes the majority of the screen share and chart.
Yeah.
So I don't put it on usually.
Nobody's gatekeeping from you. I also don't use it. So if that helps you why I don't show it, it's because I don't use it.
Yeah.
The secrets are not being kept hidden.
And for me, it's literally just the aesthetically pleasing aspect of not trying to have the smallest chart of all time and a DOM for the sake of showing the full depth of market. You don't necessarily need level 2. It's not that expensive. You probably should be using it if you're trying to actually trade for real. And ES is starting to rotate below that node and probably is going to head back to the overnight high. So is the 45-minute time frame in the room with us?
Love my 45-minute bars.
I do love the stream auditors. Yes, they are my favorite.
We're coming down hard. Might actually get that 99 quarter fill I'm looking for in the ES. failure to continue here in the RTY thus far.
I have a subscription on level 2 through Lucid. No, I haven't traded props since October of last year. I have had level 2 since 2022. Maybe 2021, in fact. And I've never not had it on any of my live accounts.
Wait, I didn't realize there was a poll blaming me for things. What's going on?
There's a poll for Jack? What?
I don't know. Somebody said poll blame Jack 42%. Blame Jack is 42%.
I don't know what we're talking about here.
I don't know. I was like, is there a poll?
There, I don't think any firm but sorry to answer your question about level 2. I don't think there's a firm that gives you level 2 for free. Maybe they do. Lucid might. If anyone did it, it probably would be Lucid, but
guys, you need level 4. So if you're going with level 2, you need to consider upgrading 2 more levels.
And then level 5, in fact, gives you my mental stops. So you guys see when I get stopped out on stream, and it's usually a good entry trigger. Level 5 will provide you with the mental stops. So the stops I'm thinking about possibly placing.
And if they're not going to give you level 2 or level 3, you have to go to LA Tan and request a level 3 bed. That's like the workaround. So just go to your local tanning salon and tell them you want level 3 or level 4. And then lay down for 10 minutes. Who's in what? Anybody got a position they want to brag about?
Yeah, anybody short? Anyone take the inverse 45-minute bullish candle time frame trade?
You're talking about that double seahorse pattern?
Yeah, you take the inverse of the 45-minute candle. Basically, it's free money on a time frame that you are apparently not looking at.
What was that? I cannot believe.
Some might call it the old 3-bar reversal on the 15-minute.
Amazing. See if gold comes down to my entry here.
Short was very hard to hang on to. I mean, I scratched 3 shorts today, one of which was like 60 points in the money with a 2 lot, and it just came roaring back. Some days it'd be like that. I was holding for more R's than 60 points. I wanted a good 150 on that trade because it's there. It's like right now, even if we lose 100 here, lose previous day high, we're probably going to rotate at the very least down to 28K. So this could be a very large trade, a good risk reward trade where, come on, I was running a 10 to 17 point stop at one point, like to potentially make 100 to 150 points. But yeah, I'm looking for shorts on the 45-minute time frame. Apparently, is incorrect. Nick, what would you do if you're onside 10 points with a 1 lot? ES or NQ? ES, I may take it. That's a decent trade on ES, 10 points. NQ, I'm probably continuing to let my stop play out because my stop is probably 12 points and I'm not 12 to 15 on a 1 lot. Maybe more, maybe like 20 if I'm trying to actually scale into something to like a 3 lot. But for the most part, 10 points on NQ, I'm going to continue to let my stop work its way out and see if we can get more. 10 is not going to do it for me. If I'm trading a 3 lot, I might get out 1 at 20 sometimes if I'm scalping. Or if I'm taking like a counter trend type trade, I may just take a little risk off just to pay for half the trade, minimize my my overall risk, and continuing to let the other 2 play out. Yes, Raza, is if you haven't joined us on the late night shows, this is the Nick you get most of the time. Little more unfiltered.
Coming down here.
Lucid level 2 Rhythmic is $13, $14. That's actually not a bad price. Yeah, I think the CME just raised the package suite fee. It's like another $1 per one or whatever. I think it went up like $6. But guys, if you're complaining about if you trade multiple markets, or even if you just trade like ESNQ, and the jump from $7 to say $12 is a big deal for you to get level 2 data, and you want level 2, you need to reevaluate your priority in some way, because that $5 should not stop you from getting a better picture and better view potentially of the order book.
I give you a great price.
Yes. For $17 though, Jack will live stream his level 2 data for you privately. I'm sure there's some sort of reseller term violation doing that, but
I don't know. I'm not versed in legal at all.
I'm going to laugh that Mr. 45-minute time frame is going to be wrong.
Dude, that time frame is never wrong, dude. That's why they don't even show it on the default chart, because it's secret.
But yes, for everyone's entertainment, yes, in fact, I was looking for shorts and articulating that this spot is a decision point. And yes, it does make sense to potentially reoffer here. So I hope we learned something, everybody. It's been a fun morning. The guy's post was a clear entry signal. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. ES or NQ, excuse me, is going to go all the way to 28K. Why reoffer? Guys, I think I said this when we came on. This was the spot to the upside I was kind of really watching, because it's last week's low, and it's basically where we've sold off from for the most part all week. We come up to like the 150s to 200s, and we reoffer. So this is the very bottom edge of what I would call this old balance range in NQ. Like, this is the last gas spot where there's not much structure below this. And if we were to really get a weekly close down here, it kind of says we've now left this range. And without something else to push us back in, you kind of are looking for, prices to explore a little bit lower from here. So same thing. This is that spot that you would either want to see an aggressive push and build from buyers to say we're going to go back into the old range, or it's going to be more of the same. We're going to reoffer and potentially explore lower.
I do like that 27,800 level in the NQ. I'm setting my alerts there. I don't know if I'll be at my desk when that trades. We got a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for enjoying Nick for a tick and Jack Lisa in here. If we could get a couple likes, bump this up above 300 before our wonderful co-hosts come on and take you guys into the European session close. And then Jim will come on with the Edge report. And I will see you guys next week.
We're not gone yet, guys. We've got like 3 minutes. You're still stuck with us.
I'm just warning you.
But yeah, Jack is ready to just yeet his way over to a dentist office, apparently.
Yeah. Amen. I don't remember saying that. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but thanks for telling me what to do. I need more people in my life telling me what to do. I appreciate the direction.
Hi, friends.
Good morning. That
Good
was
morning.
kind of
Morning,
like
Ian.
So
you hang out with somebody and then you guys are like leaving the establishment, leaving the restaurant, right? And you're like, all right, I'll see you later. You dap each other up, all that, and then you guys are like walking the same way to your car anyway.
yeah, it's like awkward.
Yeah. Like, oh,
That was like I was like, wow, that is a smooth outro transition. And then I was like, but there's 3 minutes left.
dude, they always bring you on early. Sometimes when you're in there,
Yeah,
they're
you
like,
never
"Here."
know, huh?
Yeah, they're like, here you come. I'm like, oh my god. All right, hi.
Hi.
But XY, just so we can transition here the morning for you. There is a new ultimate time frame that we should be operating in.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the 45-minute candle.
Mm-hmm.
Because things are not what they seem.
45
here we
minute
go
candle.
again.
Yeah, you need the 45-minute time frame.
Well,
Like the 1 hour's out. 30-minute old news, 45-minute. That's the time frame.
I'll let you in on a little secret. I've been using the 45-minute for a long time now, and I just didn't want to spill the secret because it might erode the edge. You know what I mean?
Suddenly, things are what they seem. XY was the phantom of the 45-minute candle of all time.
Yeah, I'm trying. That's definitely the first time I've heard of a 45-minute time frame. I don't know who brought that to you.
Somebody trying to
I
tell
hope
me I
they're
was
winning.
wrong for trying to short the high of the day, basically.
I've been wanting to long this thing, and I've been waiting. I just tried it right now, and it came back to my entry, so I just got out of it. But
There
I've
really
been
hasn't
trying to
been,
long
like,
this, but there's no.
Great spots to get long.
Yeah, there's been, and even that, like, as they sell, they just build it lower. There has been zero, like, bids actually moving the market in any way until just earlier, like probably a minute ago. I thought I had a good long, comes all the way back. I think I was in like
Well,
30, 40 points.
With NQ about to touch 28,000, which was the trade that we had talked through before I was accosted by the 45-minute bandit. I think Jack and I will bid you guys a good day, a good afternoon, and good luck.
See you,
All
buddies.
right. Thank you, guys.
take care, guys. Have a great
Bye.
weekend. Later.
You too.
Thanks.
Ciao.
Yeah,
What's up,
Chad, I've been
XY?
sitting here for the last, like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, trying to see where I can buy it, and the market hasn't given me any opportunity to do so until like 2 minutes ago.
Well, I went long at the 90 EMA 30-minute previous week low, thinking that was a good spot. But we're pretty damn close to stopping me out here.
Oh, you're long currently.
Yeah, very tight stop. It was looking good literally 2 minutes ago, and now not so much. This selling pressure has been really, really heavy. I missed this setup here at the highs. But yeah, there you go. I tried it, got stopped out. Good morning, chat.
See if I can get filled on some longs here.
Oh, they'll probably send it now that they took me out.
I'm being greedy on these fills. I want 10 points lower NQ. Nope. Nope. Okay.
Oh, it looks like
So they
Russell's
just
trying to
filled
find some footing.
823 lots at 060. Look at that, chat. No fill.
Bro.
Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Guess we'll.
Were you watching it this morning?
I barely turned my charts on probably like 20 minutes ago. And I saw the highs just kind of like inching around. IB closed. I was like, okay, they're gonna pull it back clearly. Let's just wait until, buying steps back in the market. And I'm just sitting here the whole time. Nope. So they made the low just before this one. Tried to bid that. I think I only got filled on 2 lots, got some pretty good expansion on it, like 40 points or so. Came back to my entry, took it off, and then tried to get in this long here. No fill. I'm gonna try to stay pretty greedy with my fills today. I mean, I would be up like 80 points right now in a flash, but so it goes.
Yeah, the position that I got stopped out on, had I had a 10-point stop loss, I'd still be in this. I just re-entered though. Still like it. Let's see. It's worth a shot. This is where I do believe is like the last line in the sand for the Bulls. You lose this area
I'm not
here,
in a
then it
hurry
gets
to get along at this point because in my view, if the market were to continue to do what I think for my original longs, I'll have plenty of opportunity to get in along the way. I mean, the runway is past the IB high, so there's still a decent chunk of points left on the table. I don't want to chase this into it. I'll wait until they build another like little support spot or something or pullback. And if it goes all the way, it is what it is. Just one of those days. They don't feel you on the trade. It's a banger. You move on.
or you get stopped out and they rip it 10 points.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And someone said it's one of those days. Yeah, Jeff, I'd have to agree with you. It feels like one of those days. What's up, Mihar? How you doing?
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Leave it. This is not it. I don't know what you're referring to, but I'm flat. I'm not doing anything.
He's leaving it.
Yep, I'm leaving it. Chat's got the best trading advice. I agree. What's your thoughts on volume profile and big trades? Only like using them only? I'm not sure what you mean. Using only a volume profile and big trades? I don't know if that's enough. Volume profile and candles, okay, but elaborate on using big trades only. Dead buy, yes. I don't like it so much because there's not much. The high isn't like really clean, like with excess and stuff. So not too big of a fan of that. To me, I was waiting for them to start selling the market so that I can find a spot to get long into those highs. As you can see, my spot was pretty good and just a little too slow. Or too greedy. Didn't want to chase like eight points higher. I wanted 8 points lower for my fills. It's good for, risk management. So this is a different trade, guys, than that long that I wanted earlier. This is an entirely different trade at this point because I do have to consider the fact that they haven't gone too far, right? It could be a lower high situation. Because ES looks pretty weak. Hasn't gone back into its not far into the low volume spot here. So we're building firmly in this range still. VWAP hasn't really provided anything significant. So something to keep an eye on, but I'm still looking to long this thing overall. I mean, look at the high time frame. It's pretty strong. We are building still. Like these are several distributions, but still it could be one node at the end of it all. Buyers still, still showing up on the tape. I just want to see them be able to do something, not just try to do something.
Maybe one day we'll have a stream where we don't have someone asking XY if today is a dead body setup. Does that happen to you every single stream?
Anytime there's a short opportunity with a node above, pretty much. All right, I tried to fill these longs. Still, they only filled me 2. It seems really erratic today, but
That's a good word to describe it.
yeah, it's very erratic. I got out of 1 for 30 points. I guess I'll just trail this one or something. Geez. Yeah, I wanted at least like 5 to 6, maybe up to 7, but it's that kind of day, I guess. I'm literally just gonna leave this one here since the market decided. Well, it seems that they're not really giving me much opportunity to get into the trades the way I want to. Spend more time in the good spots, let me layer it in, let me kind of look at the tape while they auction it, and they're just really sweeping the book both ways here. So guess you can't complain about making money, but
You're up a G in what, 2 minutes? That's a great trade.
yeah, I took one off for 30, so I banked in 600 or so, hoping that this one is the one. If they pull back and it still looks strong, I'll use it as a chance to get some more size on this.
This price action is wild.
I like the candle. I like the last 3 5-minute bars. So we'll see. I do want to bid it to see how far they'll poke first. All right, so my runner is out to break even here. Still looking for a potential bid.
Yeah, this movement is pretty wild.
Watching this tape. Nope. Yes, looks like it's just gonna break. 48 lots, 60 lots against bid, 300 lots, dude. Okay. Big passive bids, and they're selling right through it. This is serious aggression, sell side. Still like longs, but this aggression is way, way too much right now.
This is like clutch onto your pearls type of price action. Scary.
Clutch your pearls tape right here.
It's true. I kind of miss watching that tape. Maybe I'll
What do
start
you
again.
mean?
Oh, because I canceled my sub.
For what?
The word we shall not say on here.
Bookmap?
That's the word.
Bookmap? Oh, I
It's-
didn't know it was a
That's
banned
the word. I
word.
thought there was like so much hate around Bookmap.
No, I mean we're really just making jokes. I have no problem with Bookmap.
Bro, okay, they're gonna take me out of this
Yeah, I
for
just
the
took a stop.
second time.
One might say you need wider stops on a day today. I think the opposite. My stop right there was super narrow, but so glad I did. Man, I have no
I'm
issues with
still
Bookmap. I just don't use it for, various reasons, but it's a great visualization. That was a huge delta dump, by the way, guys. Anyone that's watching this in the 030s to the swing low right here. This is massive sell delta right here.
Sil, are you talking about the 30-minute time frame? Because I saw that, but I saw it too late and the move to the downside had already started. But that was a great setup for shorts, definitely.
$221 lots on the bid, 020. They should go fill it. They should go fill it.
You said 020?
Mm-hmm.
Oof, okay.
Are you using book? Oh, you said you're not right now, right?
No, yeah,
They
I
pulled it.
didn't.
They pulled
I
it.
didn't re-up my sub.
Well, that's just how you know it's not useful for you.
I mean, I was just watching it to see like the orders come in. I wasn't really basing anything off of it.
So there's like sizable bids popping up passively, and the sell
Okay, I'm
side is
done with
just
this.
filling them right away. There's a clear interest in just selling out of this market. Everyone's like looking for the exit. When do I flip my bias? I can't do that yet because still, like, if you look more broadly, we're still looking to trade higher. The interest is still higher for me, in my view. I don't know if anyone's using a 25-minute time frame or 3.5 hour or something weird like that. See something different, but I think the advantage is still to look for longs if you didn't get in on that short. I would have never taken this short because the highs seem inconclusive, which is why I waited for them to just sell it because that short wouldn't really be my strategy anyway.
It looks like we've been just struggling at the 9 EMA on the 5-minute, at least
ES is
for
low,
ES.
sucks here. I don't think this is done.
Yeah, this looks pretty
So if
crazy.
it does pull up enough, I might short into this just to get a scalp going.
I like retest to 16 on ES for shorts.
Tape is still pretty negative here. So I don't have any interest in actually getting any longs right now. These highs right here, there's like no excess. ES kind of looks the same. ES is a lot better, but NQ, there's not much excess. Just like a consolidation right here. No peak out, no sweep, no nothing. To me, that's likely to trade again. I've just been sitting around waiting for some bid.
I'm gonna try this one more time for
Yeah, you guys
shorts.
using a lot of crazy time frames.
What'd someone say? 17 3/4?
15 3/4. They got the 59-minute front running it. The 1 hour, 38.5.
Dead.
69-minute. Yeah, it's good time frames. All right, ES probably gonna clear that low now. I've had an observation for a few days that all my trades have originated from those spiky builds on volume profile you guys have. Why is everyone worried about LVNs then? I don't really understand the question. What's a spiky build? You mean like a high volume node? And I don't really understand what you mean when you say everyone's concerned about low volume nodes. I think low volume nodes are just really popular because they're easy to utilize, right? It's a spot that shouldn't really see much trade because it's low volume. So they use that as support and resistance. Super simple. but I'm not sure what you mean by like originating trades from spiky builds.
XY, I know you don't really watch like the other indices, but the one that was diverging the most was the Russell. It was the weakest, made new lows before it kind of pushed up, failed to make new highs, and then, completely started to knife again. And it
So it
was
made
either gonna
lows.
be, what is it?
You said it made lows as ES and NQ were making highs early in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Hmm.
And then, NQ still pushing, so it did find some support, pushed up, failed to make new highs, and then came right back down and, has made new lows once again. But yeah, today was it was just like it was going to be either NQ was going to take us higher or the Russell was going to take us lower, which one's telling the truth type of thing. I guess it was the Rusty.
Could tell you in this range down here, there's a lot of really big passive bids sneaking in on the book, talking hundreds. So there are people that really like this price right now. Just don't know if they'll get what they want out of it. But yeah, they're sneaking in. It's just that the sellers fill them right away too. So passive interest on the bid, but way more interest on the offer just to sell to everyone that's willing to buy this right now. So I'm doing nothing right now. I think the outcome of this range, waiting for the outcome of this range is a much better play. Starting to move it higher a little bit. Yeah, so under the O50s into like the O mid O30s, like O50 to O35. They're sneaking in some pretty decent bids. They are definitely seeing continuation on them right now.
I've still got my limit order at 16, and this will be my last try on this stream.
16 for a short
Yeah,
on ES.
yep, on ES, yep. Let's see what happens. 15-minute 9 EMA. Also the 5. And happens to be the 30-second OR high as well, so shall see.
Looks like they just missed you on that, huh?
Yep. Yeah, now like if I don't even want to see us come back up here. I won't like it as much. I didn't cancel it.
They literally just traded into my price and didn't fill me.
What were you trying to go for?
I'm trying to fill in the low 70s, 70s here, mid to low. There you go.
Might tag you. There you go.
Okay, no, maybe not. Just took like a 7-point stop.
Yeah, I can't believe they just missed me.
They just missed you, yeah.
Yep.
You're at the very edge of low volume on ES. You were
Damn.
literally like 2, 3 ticks away from where it becomes low volume. That sucks.
It's okay. If anyone is in shorts for ES, my target would have been 91. That is where I could see us going next for downside. Yeah, Theta, no problem. Or is that the takeaway? The takeaway. Sorry. It's
Am
the
I with
options brain in
Interactive
me.
Brokers? No, this is NinjaTrader brokerage.
Bro, this is the NinjaTrader channel.
Nah. Or would it need to pull back for me to want longs again? I think in this range they have to hold. I think if they lose this range, it's really bad. There's a lot of two-way tape here, which means there's a lot of buyers here too. And if they start to trade under to the 950s, that would mean that they've lost a lot of ground with a lot of effort. So to me, they either hold this range or like this is going to be pretty disastrous, which is why I'm trying to get fills in this range. They're just not making it that easy, but you know, you do your best. I'm just trying to be really greedy with fills. Fill them close to a stop. Oh, there it is. So that I don't lose too much if it doesn't work out. So like I said earlier, I'm being really greedy with fills today.
So
You
XY,
see
you're
that
kind of
as I
like,
layer, it's like just going down to the stop. So a lot of the size, they're just right next to a stop anyway.
are you kind of like the type of trader that's either right or right out?
Have to be. In the past, if I wasn't that, if I'm ever that, like not that kind of trader, it just ends worse than it has to.
Yeah.
Because truly, the way I realize is I either like the trade or I don't. And if I don't like it, why am I sitting in it?
Right, right, right.
So the way I'm looking
Oh,
at this is if they don't hold this as a sweep lower and a failed move lower, longs are completely off the table for me. Needs to be sweep. They have a chunk of volume down there. So I'm going to take this last attempt at a long. If they'll fill me. Oh, 20s still has a chunk of volume.
Danny, thank you. Appreciate that.
I can't get any size on these fills. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, we're in for 8 total. It either works here or it doesn't, and that'll be it for me because clearly market doesn't really agree with my trading here, which is fine. Yep, that's it. So it looks like we're down about 3.5. Let's see. 3.6K. So not every day is a winner, huh?
It's a very trappy price action.
Mm-hmm. I would like a stronger bid though. Even if it pulls up from here, it's too tough, honestly. I'd rather not spend more money trying to nail this. And if they lose this, I'm gonna have to be short the market.
They're really trying to hold on.
They could trap this whole thing here, actually.
We have Euro close in a minute, guys.
This whole node. How do I know it's not a breakout? I don't know. Market just hates everyone today. Minus 20K. Are you talking about a level or my P&L is minus 3.6K right now?
Wait, what'd you say?
Ami asked if I was like down 20K. That would be insane. I mean, my
Bro.
stops are really tight, so like when I'm trying to nail trades like this, it has to work or it's not going to, is my mentality on it. I'm not giving this thing room. And you can see like I get missed on entries a lot because I'm being really greedy for them. So that if I lose on it, I lose very little compared to what the market could give. They all generated pretty decent moves. I mean, if I was scalping them out sooner, it'd be a different, like a much larger green day, but that's not the way I trade. It's not the way I trade. How do I incorporate large resting orders? Well, I notice them when they're on the book, and I wait to see if the market fills them. If they're close to price, generally the market is going to look to fill them. Like right now, 0 even, 126 lots on the bid. How does it fill? How fast does it fill? Is it one go? So today, the market's telling me that it's aggressive and looking for exits because anytime there's a big order on the bid, it fills it instantly one tick.
Bless you.
That was a cough, but thank
Oh,
you.
that was a cough. Still bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It sounded like a sneeze.
That was so nice, guys. But yes, today, any big size on the book, instant fill. We saw earlier, we saw 823 lots fill on the offer. It's very intentional right now, which is why if one side is like, say I'm getting long and I'm getting long into sellers, the selling is very, there's a lot of intention behind it. It's aggressive. I'm not gonna have any wider of a stop because if it doesn't stop here at my entry, I'm not gonna assume that it's gonna stop here or here or here. I'm gonna take it as it's not stopping. And I'd rather just get back in. And on the flip side, if you're looking for offer, I'm seeing them clear out any offer there is too. So if I'm looking for shorts, my stops would be just the same because when the ladder's moving up, it's filling everything right away. One tick, one tick, one tick. If it's getting past my entry and I'm seeing it still fill everything quickly, I'm not going to sit in there and assume they're going to stop filling at some point. I don't know where that is. You got to get out and it saves you a lot of money. You guys have been here with me for a while. You know what my green days look like, what my red days look like. This is how I keep the red days. I don't want to say they're inconsequential. That would be so out of touch with reality. But compared to how commonly, I have the green days and what they look like, they can be. Don't bless his comps.
I can't ever win.
Chat's never gonna let you win. But I appreciate the blessing. I appreciate the blessing.
You're welcome.
You always think I'm holding a sneeze. Why that?
You can't even see his face half the time. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, my chat window is like on this side all the way in the bottom of my vertical monitor, so Yeah, I mean, tough day. Clearly, like my trades, my entries, they get some pretty good MFE on them. Direction seems okay. It's good pops, but I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for the move back towards the highs, at least to like the 170s right here. Market's just not giving it. I won't assume that, it will be the time when it does. Daniel Rodriguez, thank you. That must be why I feel so calm right now. I can feel your presence by my side. This chat's so funny. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing better than I am.
All right, is this
What
the
if-
retest for shorts?
This is what I was talking
Is
about on
it?
LiveTrader stream, where I have tips for differentiating, selling the trapped NQ volume here. Italian guy, the best differentiator you have for something like that is to see who's stuck, if they are stuck. Otherwise, there's no way to tell. At some point, this is all, I don't want to say a guessing game, but we're speculating. We're speculating here. So you guys know my favorite way to tell is if there's anyone that's stuck, if there's any volume beneath it, right? So you're asking if there's a way to differentiate the trapped volume, versus buying a low. There's either the trap volume you're trading against or there's not. So my thing is, if there's no trapped volume, if it's a taper, for now, all we know is they're not interested in dealing that for now. We don't know if they will be, right? We don't know if there's a boogeyman. But I like to see built nodes traded against, because to me, that's the answer. That's when we do know, is there a boogeyman or it's not, because they've traded it, they've put the effort, there's no more question mark, right? Not everything's guaranteed, but to me, they've shown the hand. But until they trade it, no one's really shown a hand. Everyone's just kind of like, I'm not touching this for now, right? So if they do build it somewhere, it means someone really did try to mash the gas and they didn't get what they want. And that's a whole different piece of information. That means, all right, it's not easy. Just because someone's willing to sell this now doesn't mean it's easy to do so, and it's a better trade. Now that makes sense. But if you're looking for a crystal ball, it doesn't exist. Oh, Omni, I would never let my drawdown, I would never let my daily loss get to even 10K, not even like 8. I think when it gets around 6, I'm already like, look, what are we doing? What are we doing? Because when you run like stops the way I do, if you're already down like even 5K, dude, you're getting killed. You're getting murdered. So even at 3.6, it's easier for me to step off here at 3.6 because the market's like punched me in the face. Well, I guess it's like slapped me like 6 times. At what point do I get the message? Like, I could even be right on it, but the way the market's moving today, it is not good for the way that I like to enter, the way I like to risk. I could be right and I could lose money. And like, yeah, still like the longs would be paying, but the way I like to execute it, the market's not giving me an environment that's really conducive to that. And I'm not trying to stick around for it, honestly. So there's a difference. If I'm down like, yeah, 5 to 6, I'm already salty. Like, fuck this market. I don't really get into that. Like, oh, you know what? It's time to get that 6 back. I know it's weird to hear, but at some point I get real salty. And I'm just like, what are we doing? I'm just getting like slapped around by the market. Do I just keep pressing this? And similar to assuming that this will be the breakout or this trade will work guaranteed, we don't know that. All we know is what's happening right now. If the market's trading lower and lower, why sit here and assume that this is going to be where it holds? The same thing is true for my trading on an intraday basis. If I'm taking losses and losses and losses, why assume that all of a sudden there's going to be a winner waiting for me? That's kind of like my frame of mind. So my daily losses, they don't really even get past like 7. They stay pretty much under 7. I would say 5 to 6. Even at 5, I'm already like, what are we doing? Right now, like I'm aware that yeah, there could be more opportunity. I just don't know that I want to stick around for it. The market's shown me what it's shown. Um, ES is definitely going to move lower in my view, but it's just hovering here. I mean NQ drove the open real strong, got stuck, pulled back, and now we're just stalling in the middle. This doesn't seem very like enticing, you know? And it's doing this while ES is waiting to like probably make a new low and maybe go lower. So the information's all over the place. But that's my word vomit, my brain dump into giving you guys what I'm thinking, you know, as I sit with losses and draw down for the day. So yeah, don't worry, Omni, I'm not down 20K. That would be insane.
Salma's locked in. I'm just letting XY do his thing.
She's letting me rant, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of questions because these days, you know, they don't come too often on stream. So I want to give you guys all that I can right now while it's happening. Um, so that anyone that's been wondering can get their answers, maybe incorporate some things that might help them. It's all like based on your personality, you know.
Did I take the trade? No, I did not. I'm just watching this. How are you, Salma, since nobody's asking anything? Oh, I'm good, thank you. It's funny, someone in my chat, XY, was asking me to do like draw supply and demand on stream in real time so I can display how I would go about it. And I'm like, no, no, no. This is XY's time to talk about the tape and talk about volume profile. So
My time's up. It's
please
your time now.
continue. Huh?
I think that's all
No,
I had. I
no.
mean, I see the chat has been running, so I'm just kind of trying to catch up right now.
No, no, no. You do your thing.
Cooper, wow,
Again,
geez.
this is where I would want to see us reject from, but market doesn't care about what I want. Selma, who's your favorite person you like to be on stream with? XY, duh.
I believe it. She might say otherwise sometimes, but she lying, guys. I'm
No,
definitely
no. Yeah, you're my favorite. But then ask me later when I'm trading the close.
Yeah, nah. See, when you say other names, I just don't believe it. There's no point. It's like,
You
nah,
just don't even hear
that's
me
fake
say
tape.
it. Yeah.
Fake order flow, man. I don't care what she says. Someone comes to me and says, yeah, Salma says so and so's her favorite. I'm like, yeah, so what? She lying.
Yeah.
Cooper says,
Mm-hmm.
F this market and anyone who trades it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
At what point do I start smashing the keyboard? Well, the trick is to not get there. The trick is to not get there. I'm too blessed to be doing things like smashing the keyboard. There's a life outside of trading too for me. And Salma blessed me earlier even more when I coughed. So
I bet you
I'm
if you
good.
take a trade now, it will
I
work
bet I
out.
could. I bet I could, but
I bet
you
you.
know, Cooper said F anyone who trades this. I don't want to be in that pile. I want to be on his good side.
Bro, I met Cooper. He's not that tough. Don't worry.
You're not from New York. I'm walking in.
Oh, I've been saying that so much the past weekend, and I'm like, okay, XY, you need to stop because it was
Am I
stuck in my head all
influencing the New
weekend.
Yorker to be more of a New Yorker?
I'm not from New York, bro.
New Jersey?
You
But you're
couldn't pay
walking
me to
in.
be, you couldn't pay me to be from New York.
Damn. I didn't know it was like
Yeah,
that
that's
with New
right.
York and New Jersey. Is it like that?
A
Is there
little
like some
bit.
little rivalry?
A little bit.
Dang, I didn't know.
They
Thought you
think
guys were
their
all in.
bagels are better. Not true. They think their pizza's better. Not true. They have full-sized rats roaming around the streets of the
They do.
city.
Oh my God,
It
the
they
first time
do.
I ever went to New York, I was down like where the subway is, and I'm like, dude, these things are the size of cats.
Bro, it is not for the weak, I'll tell you that much. I went out to eat at some restaurant. We're sitting outside, and all I see is literally a rat running right across in between people's legs. And I'm like, screw that. I went and I asked for them to move our table inside because I'm just not doing that. No thanks. No, thank you.
Someone in chat, what's this? Where is it? My cabbage says, "Good job, everyone. We were out to get Cooper, and we did it." So almost everyone is looking at the charts moving up and down. That's it. Haha, just looking and clicking, wonder if you should take the trade or not. Yeah, I mean, I hope no one's clicking and just looking because the market's still trying to figure itself out too. It's stuck. A better trade will come out of this. Jintao and Bodega Baddie combo is violent.
Where are you reading these? I don't see them.
I don't know. I'm just in chat.
I don't see it.
Someone asked you to talk to me about Williams Sonoma. You a big
I
Williams
don't,
Sonoma person
bro,
or?
I don't even know what they sell. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
Got no clue.
I found out yesterday it's expensive stuff.
Like Viore expensive?
I don't know. I don't know because I've never like really looked much in there. I walked in there because my wife wants to go in, and then yesterday they saw me drinking from a cup that had like a gold J on it. Like, oh, J cup. I was like, yeah, I don't know. My wife saw it at Williams Sonoma, and she picked it up because it had a J on it. And they're like, oh, Williams Sonoma, that's baller shit. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I don't know. Is it? I was like, I thought it was like Crate and Barrel and stuff, you know? And then Jack was telling me they're from the same, so they all like Crate and Barrel, Williams Sonoma, all these other friend or home goods stores. They're owned by the same company, but Williams Sonoma is like the premium version. And then someone was like, well, that's how you know he's rich. He lets his wife go there unattended. And I was like, well, not anymore.
You're not going there anymore.
Risk manager coming now.
Damn, chat, you guys ruined it.
Chat ruined it for her. Good looking out, chat.
You thought what was PAX? Salma lives at the Short Hills Mall. Dude, I think I've been there one time.
Oh, I get this question a lot. What did I do before trading?
Bro, where are you
Well,
reading these questions?
I don't know. Is this not YouTube chat? I'm on a
Bro,
different
someone
stream.
said
Like,
someone said you're reading yesterday's chat because this is not the live chat.
no, dude, where are we, guys? L
But if
in
you
the
want to answer
chat.
it, go ahead. Go
Press
ahead.
type L in the chat if I'm reading the right thing right now. This is the live chat. No, he's reading. I've
Yeah,
said
you're just a
press
bit
L, they type
behind.
J. Um, yeah, so I'm not gonna tell you what they were. Look at all these J's when I ask for an
So
L.
that's all for me.
These guys hate me. Oh, oh, I see it.
Bro, they just stopped me.
Spammer,
YouTube.
ban this Salma OGS account. What is chat spammer?
Yeah, they just actually said, sorry, we can't let you comment
I
anymore.
built and sold two businesses. I won't tell you guys what they are. Just, you guys try to dox me or something. And then I started to put money in real estate, which is why when I came on, by the time I'm on the stream, I'm telling you guys, don't take. There's more context behind why I am the way I am with the markets is because I'm not relying on the markets for active income. And it helps me a lot to not have to do that, to be very objective and not worry about, oh my goodness, this is food on the table. This is taking food off the table. Yeah, and it helps. And I would try to always remind you guys, not everyone's in the same situation. People are not in my situation where, they can trade a certain size or even just be so carefree about outcomes of trades because maybe they do need this to work out for bills or for this or for that. And it adds an insane amount of extra weight versus what I deal with regularly with the markets. So in short, don't ever compare your trading journey to anybody else's. I get it so much like how long have I been trading? When did I become profitable? How long did it take to become profitable? I don't know that helps at all. And I came from a different, I came from different context. I didn't need to be profitable as much as many would. So my time was faster. And I hate answering it because I think it provides a misconstrued look at the reality of trading. Donate to your eval fund? I don't know. I think eval funds are endless buckets, so I'm not sure that's the best. I do donate a lot of money. I can tell you guys that. I donate a lot of money to things outside of markets and trading related things. It
Oh
brings
yeah.
me great joy. It's good for my life. You know, both sides stand to gain, the organization or the group or the local office that I donate to, and I stand to gain too because it feels good.
XY actually started Viore. That's the business, guys.
Josh, I'll donate to that. He asked if I can donate to his BBL fund. I'll
Hey
donate to that.
yo.
That's worth it. Got you. Now that's an investment. Also, yes, I was an actor. If anyone's old enough to have watched Rush Hour, you may have heard of a guy named Juntao, which is what this
Bro,
J
you
stands
almost
for.
had me believing you.
What do you mean? Right here. The J stands for Juntao. I doxed myself the other day.
Wipe yourself off, man. You dead.
I fucking love that scene. I love that line. You did. Jet Li, believe it or not, I am not Jet Li. I just wish I was. Look at this. The longs are looking okay again. Like 100 points later. These bastards. This was so terrible to try to execute in. Like, I'm not even like FOMO about this. In my mind, there was no way I would get alongside this move.
While you talk to chat, I'm typing to them.
Did you learn today? Thank you. Thank you for backing me up. Show residual checks. All right, we got pocket watching. Pocket watching. Hey, Zach Thomas. I'm for the content. I might do it. I might do it. Stay tuned. Might have to.
No, grits. I have not. I'll look that up.
I see a lot of chat saying it's a brutal day.
Oh, wait, yes, I've seen this. I didn't know it was
What?
called this.
What are you looking at?
The Land Before Time. Yeah,
No
I'm
spoilers,
pretty sure I
chat. Chat,
watched
don't
this.
spoil Land Before Time for her. Make her watch it.
No, no,
Don't
no.
spoil
I've
it.
seen this, but like
Oh man, it's
years and years
brutal.
and years ago.
It's so brutal. Especially as a kid, you're like, oh man, this how can this happen?
Yeah, chill guy, I agree with you. Let's not start this again, please.
Yeah, they made way too many Land Before Times in like different versions or spin-offs or whatever. So ES just left like what is one of the worst lows of all time here. Holy crap.
I wish I saw this 15-minute setup here. But yeah, this thing is I'm not trading this.
Yeah, I don't think I want to touch this because ES looks like a new low is due at some point, and then NQ looks like still a new high is due at some point. And yeah, there's a lot of static in the way in the markets. Money better spent elsewhere, guys. I mean, there's still another trading day tomorrow before the week, and then it's a brand new week. What's the hurry? If you guys are trading prop and you feel rushed because you need to make trading days minimum or this or that or profit targets, trust me, leave it alone. I've been there.
Hello, guys.
Jim,
Ooh, how's it going?
hi.
It's going.
Good to hear. You guys both flat right now?
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Man, another interesting day.
How interesting, Jim. Tell us.
You're going to see an edge report, but I'll tell you one thing. When you look back and you say, hey, on a 30-minute candle basis, are we going to have a candle close above or below the IB, high or low? The answer is 72% of the time is a yes. We haven't done it yet.
Wait, you're saying that a break of the IB is 72%?
Well, no, a single break. A double break is 22%.
I've always had it as a single break being like 90%.
Well, the edge full stat I'm using is a 6-month look back based on a 30-minute candle, and the break has to be a close of a 30-minute candle. It can't be just a wick.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I like to operate on the other one where IB will break, even just trade, just even a trade above it is fine. It's about 95% of the time. But it's already done so. So NQ broke the IB high like almost as soon as they made it, and then ES did the IB low just now.
Yeah.
It's pretty mixed today.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. In any event, you guys, great job as usual. Let's give these two a well-deserved round of applause, please. Now, Salma, I'm going to see you later today, right?
Yes, sir.
Very, very awesome. And I don't even know who you're with. You're with,
Leo and Chris.
whoa, the big cat is coming this
Should be
afternoon.
fun. There's like more memes about Leo going around.
I know.
You guys
You've been
should
seeing them, huh, Sam? You saw him yesterday?
look into
I paid
the
attention.
NinjaTrader Live Discord in the off-topic chat. It's a little bit crazy.
When I first started doing this live stuff, I didn't know what a meme was. So I called them memes.
Memes. Oh my
Yeah.
God, Jim.
People got mad at me. Anyway, they're great though, everybody. Check out Leo the Big Cat on X. In any event, thanks guys. Appreciate you. XYZ. I'll see you again this week, right?
Tomorrow morning with
Absolutely.
Chris.
Oh, that's right. Tomorrow's Friday already. Holy cats. All right. Well, thank you
Thank
guys.
God.
Appreciate you too, as usual. Talk to you later. We're going to do a quick edge report.
See you,
All right,
chat.
see you later.
All right, here's what I'm talking about. So this is the initial balance, right? The range of the first hour, right? The high of the first hour, the low of the first hour. I have two thick parallel lines there kind of measuring that. This is a 30-minute candle chart. And what I'm looking for is a candle to close above or below, a 30-minute candle to close above or below the IB. Now, there's a 72% of the time, looking back 6 months, for today, for a Thursday, where we had that happen. There's a 20% chance that it happens both on the upside and the downside, or a double break. And there's only an 8% chance, or 8% look back, rather, history this year, that it doesn't happen. So the odds are that there's going to be this candle that closes above or below. We don't know if it's going to be above or below, right? Obviously, if we did, we'd put our order in right now and everybody would be happy. But as the day progresses and as all of your other stuff kind of comes together, you might have an idea of what's the more probable destination. Now, we have a double distribution on the volume profile, which it's very, very similar to the session volume profile. I added the regular trading hour volume profile. Let me make sure I have it adjusted. I do. And it looks very similar other than whatever happened before the bell rang, right? That's all this lower volume, this tail that they have down here. I'm totally ignoring that for now. I'm looking at this double distribution. More importantly, I'm looking at the double distribution for regular trading hours right now. And we have two competing points of control. We have the official one way up here, which is at 74.31.5. And then we have one that's developed down below, really close to the session point of control, right around 08-ish. We'll round it. Now, what I did to sweeten the pot a little bit, I added a fib from low to high, right? This is a session fib. This isn't a regular trading hour fib, session fib, low to high, to see where this 50%, and this 50% fell beautifully at the bottom of the IB. It aligns with that JAX 2 level, which by the way, yesterday was the 0DT put level, was 7,400. Now it's just a big gamma level, which is important, and that's all lining up there, and that's serving a good base, a good area of support. I could draw my rectangle here. I mean, this has been a great area of support for most of the morning. So now we're heading up to the second point of control up here. Buyers are coming in, and we didn't get to it yet. We have a wick there, right? And we might fail to get there. Alternatively, we might not. So these points of control, in my mind, are destinations, not necessarily where you would enter a trade or you would exit a trade. So thinking about all this stuff, as the day progresses, I'm going to be looking for this IB break. I'm looking for it to happen again. Right now, we're in the middle of it, so right by that 23.6% retracement. I don't know what's going on in the news right now. Not a lot, probably, from anything recent, and so we're just kind of sitting there. So that's kind of how I'm looking at the rest of the day right now. The other number that's kind of interesting and kind of important, and I put this in the chat a while ago, is that 7,500 level, that high vol level, right? This is kind of where gamma shifts from positive or negative throughout the day. Right now it's negative. And then that 0DTE high vol area is at 55 right above it. And then above that, we have a blind spot. So we have these three areas of interest up here also, which I think are kind of important if we do get a breakthrough to the upside. On the downside, we don't have the same thing. We don't have a lot of gamma levels to get all the way down to 73.50, which is JAX 1. And we can get there, but I don't know how likely that is. We'd have to get through that point of control, official point of control. We'd have to get through session VWAP, which we did close below once on one 30-minute candle. So that's telling me we can close below it again. It wasn't just a 5-minute candle. It was a 30-minute candle. So I'm keeping my eye on that. I'm keeping my eye on the standard deviation bands. And again, that pivot level, it would be a really nice destination if we get a breakout to the downside. And that's at 73.87. That's the primary daily pivot. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. We had a great day today. We're going to have a great afternoon today. Thank you for the subscriptions, for the thumbs up. If you were in Discord yesterday, it was great. We're going to have more of these sessions with Anthony and folks, and it's an open thing, so you could always subscribe to that anytime you want and pop in there. And having said all that, folks, regular start time today, 2 o'clock East Coast time, with Shai's afternoon update. And in the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch. And thank you so much for being with us.